ay makarami at si Ma'am Rose na mismo ang magbibigay ng konting recap doon sa day 1 na natapos. Ma'am Rose, magandang umaga po.
Good morning. Salamat, Chin, sa ating introduction. And magandang umaga sa lahat ng ating mga participants. So siguro para ma-complete natin kaagad yung ating topic for today, we will now start sharing muna I'll start sharing my PowerPoint presentation if it's okay. Ayan, how's my audio?
Okay naman, Ma'am Rose.
Okay naman siya. So wala namang hangin coming from the electric fan or something.
Sa ngayon, Ma'am, wala. Abangan natin mamaya.
Let us hope na maging friendly sa atin ang ating weather for today. Naka-ready naman na ang aking data, pero baka biglang dumilim sa akin pagka nagka-brown out ulit. Ayan. Okay, so by the way, we have questions here about how to buy the book. I'll share na lang yung how you can buy the ebook. Pero for those who will participate in the sharing or the first two who will volunteer will receive a copy of the ebook of the reference. But if you want to buy your own copy, pwede naman sa National Bookstore. It's available in National Bookstore and it's available in Google Play. Ayan. So 562 siya pagka ebook sa Google Play. I'm not just aware kung magkano siya sa National Bookstore, but it's available in National Bookstore. Okay, so I'll go back to my PowerPoint presentation. Ayan. Yes, okay. Thank you, Chin. Okay, so again, we're still on the same topic, but yesterday we ended with some assignments, no? So before we go with the presentation, who would like to volunteer doon sa kanilang assignments if they did it, no? Although hindi naman required for everybody, but those who are willing to share what they did will also receive a copy of the ebook. Okay, so just to have a quick, nag-grace na kagad si Sir Jovet. Okay, so first na si Sir Jovet sa sharing later. Okay, number 1. So pwede pa tayo mag-accept ng 2 more later, no? Okay. So before yung sharing, let me just give you a quick recap para naman po we'll get refreshed where we left yesterday. Okay, so we defined what project is. It should be specific, unique product or service. It's new to our organization. And there should always be a specific start and finish and temporary siya in the organization. But if the leaders, the project leaders decided that the project is useful to continue it, then it will no longer be a project, but it will be a part of the operation. So in doing a project, it's not just one unit or one person. Multidisciplinary coordination ang requirement nito. So you may create a team for your workforce and they will be included in your scope, yung mga functions and different areas of let's say yung knowledges na required and competencies required in execution of the project. So usually a project is constrained by time, cost, or resources. So it's up to the project owner which they would like to prioritize, no? But usually we are always limited in terms of budget. But if you have a lot of budget, then you can speed up the time, and then others would compromise. If you have limited budget, you would compromise your probably the time and stretch the time so that you can have additional buffer for looking for funds or budget. Okay, so ang goal is should be clear to all of us, and then the 3 objectives of the project is actually encapsulated in the scope, time, and the budget, that 3 bottom lines that we consider in running a project. And the project should be, there's a mother organization who will own the project. There should be an organization that will establish this project or would fund this project. So we've gone through this. we've given you tools or like this matrix in determining which you will prioritize from the three objectives, no? And we've given you an example using the wedding, which can be equated with the cooperatives events. Now, for identifying the stakeholders, we need to ask these questions: who would be involved in the execution of the project, who would be the manager or that lead, the team lead for the project, and who is the project owner, the one who pays for the project, who provides the capital for the project. And then we also have to identify who would be using the service or the product, which is the output of the project. And other than that, we also have to consider the community or the people around who would be affected by the project. So in the stakeholders identification, we gave you this template, the grid of the power for the stakeholders and the interest level of the stakeholder. So we transform the grid into a table, no? We have this 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, D, wherein you'll be able to identify where they are, like high power or low interest, then low interest, low power, high interest, and high power, high interest. So there's an equivalent management strategy that you can do, like keeping them satisfied, monitoring them, keeping them informed, or managing them closely, depending on which grid they fall. So from there, you now can define the activities or the tasks that you would like to do so that you'll be able to deliver the management strategy. Okay. So the project success and failure is determined by, we have 4 factors as we discussed yesterday. Inihabol natin itong part na ito. The closer you are at the center, the likelihood that the project will succeed, no? So we tried to plot the condominium. So if you are going to use a low-tech, like it will be manual, and if you have already an existing assembly, and since condominium are derivatives, you're just it's done already by other organization, and you can do it at a pace not necessarily, then there's a likelihood that you will succeed. But the farthest away you are at the center of the grid, the likelihood na mag-fail tayo because of the cost it will entail, the time that you would need. So if you want to fast track, like it's blitz, no, paspasan yung completion of the project, then your budget will be you should have high budget, no? And if you want to outsource the services, like you need an array of competencies, you need to outsource it, then it's still the budget that you need, no? And then if you're going to employ high technology, tendency is you'll have to pay for the equipments, no, that you will need to do the condominiums. Okay, so we also took the suggestion of Ms. Mabel. We can actually plot it in a table, considering the 4 factors that determines our success, but you have to compare it against the demand of the project, like the expectations from the project, wherein we plotted the expectations in red marks, no? And then the supply, which is our scope, our team, or what we have in our resources. From there, you will be able to determine the gaps. So from the gaps now, you can think of the technology or the strategies that you can use in terms of implementing the project. So we had this yesterday. And so we also continued our discussion with topic 2, no, yung project scoping dependencies. But this is where we finished, no? We've said that for every project, depending on the priorities of, or depending on your objectives, you may allot different time in terms of the 4 four stages of the project life cycle. Like you may spend more time on initiation and planning, lalo na kapag novelty or very unique yung ating project and you don't have any references or benchmark. And then you also give a lot of time in the execution and before you close it. Okay, but for those new projects like let's say events, but you just change the theme or the content of the program, then you spend more time with the execution because you are already familiar with the planning stages, how you will organize the events, and then least time on closure because events are usually you just do some documentation of what worked and what did not work at the end of the event and document it and have it written so that for the next events that you will have, you can avoid those risks or avoid those challenges that you encounter during the execution. And there are some projects, just like what we showed in the different stage gap approach strategy, wherein you have to go back from time to time on the plan that you have to see if there are some loopholes or need some correction. So we shared also to you the what we call the state gate process. For every step of your project implementation, you need to gather your team, evaluate what you produced, no, and then decide if you will proceed with the project. Otherwise, you have to revise what you've done from the plans or address first the loopholes or the projects that you encountered before you proceed with the next stages of the project plan. Okay, I think this is where we left. We had an introduction of the different areas that we need to consider when we do the project scoping. And we tried to identify the dependencies. But before we proceed with our topic, I will actually start again with the beginning of identifying the dependencies later on. And then we'll pause here. Let us hear yung mga assignments because the assignments now is actually what you can fill in from the tools that we shared. Okay? So who would like to share? Nagsimula na kanina, nag-raise na ng hand si Sir Jovit. Okay, so
Para makalibre ng ebook.
yes sir, go ahead po. Do you want to share your presentation?
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes,
Okay na po
sir.
ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay na po, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. This is my slideshow ko lang po, Mama. Okay. Can you see my screen? Okay na po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Full.
Actually, ang bias ko po, Ma'am, is sa agriculture. Kasi more than 20 years na career ko nasa banking and finance eh. Ngayon, binabalikan ko lang yung agriculture ko kasi yun ang first ko talaga as an agricultural engineer. So right now, I tried to apply what I've learned in banking and finance and other industries, agriculture. So ito po, as to the project, production of standard operations manual for the cooperative dairy enterprise. So, ang constraint nito yung budget. Non-negotiable yung budget kasi yun lang talagang kaya ng primary cooperative. But that time, we can just optimize kasi may time limit din na dapat in 1 month, I think 1 or 2 months maximum makomplete ko yung SOM. Then we can compromise on the scope. Pwede naming bawasan, depende doon sa kung ano yung pinaka-importante. Okay, so that is the objectives and priorities. Says project organization and stakeholders who will be doing the work. Could be the employees from the production, processing, and marketing supervisors. It's ang approach nito is participatory. So we're going to involve the employees kasi sila din ang magiging user nitong SOM. Then who is the project manager? It's the external contractors or the consultant. Then who is paying for the project? It's the primary cooperative. Then who will consume the product or service? Employees, of course, the one who are involved, the technicians, those processing in the processing plant and the marketing personnel. Then of course the PARMI member beneficiaries. So then who are those affected by the project? These are the customers and the community. Then stakeholders behavior. Ito po yung analysis. The first quadrant, high power and low interest. These are the board of directors. The board of directors are interested in only in the overall picture of the SOM, but they are not interested in the details on how we will going to produce the manual. But they are high power because they can they have the authority to stop the project or go the project. Low interest and low power. These are the government agencies, the Department of Agriculture, the BPAD, the Bureau of Food Food and Drug Administration Department, and then the PCC, the Philippine Carabao Center. Then the activities, coordinate with them. There might be some latest policies, protocols regarding the dairy industry. Then low power, high interest, these are the employees, the technicians, the processors, marketing personnel, and the management team. They have high interest because they are the user of this SOM, but they have a low power compared to the board of directors. The tasks or the activities, we have to keep them adequately informed, monitor progress of the assigned tasks, production, processing, marketing, SOM, because each department will be assigned a specific SOM that they are going to develop. Then ensure no issues are arising. Now for the high power, high interest, these are the PARMI member beneficiaries of Dairy Buffalo. We have to ensure that we communicate regularly with them, make great effort to satisfy their concerns, and then make sure they are on our side. Basically, dapat kakampi namin yung mga farmer beneficiaries because they are the immediate user, especially sa production side of that Dairy Buffalo. Then work breakdown structure, ito po. Actually, these are all open for comment, critiquing, production standards, operation manual for the cooperative dairy enterprise, sub-projects, organizing the team, then work packages selection, activities meeting, task conduct orientation about the project, define the scope of the procedure. And then another sub-project is SOM format selection. So we have to design the appropriate SOM format. Then we will be conducting a focus group discussion. Then select an appropriate format. Then seek approval from higher authority as to the format. So once the format is approved, then the documentation now will start. So the work packages, recording of the procedure, activities, walk through the procedure, noting down every step from start to finish of each activity. Those are the tasks, and then record the time. So we'll be conducting time and motion study to really determine the efficiency, that number, the time, or the duration on each activity, and try to look at what are activities that are no longer needed, or those are duplication na pwedeng tanggalin. Then review, consolidation analysis, so activities, focus group discussion with some stakeholder consultation. The task, review initial draft, test the draft SOM, then integrate if there are some changes. Then another sub-project is the finalization of SOM. So the work packages basically to produce the final SOM through focus group discussions, and then the specific tasks, writing, editing, proofreading, approval, and printing. Then after that is the distribution of the SOM to the user. So we need to monitor and evaluate through meetings, then gather feedback and revise if there are needs to revise certain area or content of the PSON. Yun lang po, ma'am. Hanggang
Okay.
dyan lang po.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Jovit. Palakpakan natin. Okay, any comment coming from the other participants or any insights from what he presented? Well done, ano? Okay. So ako, looking at your output, Sir Jovit, isa
Yes,
lang
ma'am.
yung parang gusto kong ma-suggest or idagdag nyo po sana doon sa workers or stakeholders. You know, by looking at the project, maganda na yung design eh. Yung sa work breakdown natin, maganda na yung pagkakagawa natin. But it's very important that you have a documentor from the beginning of the project. Isang tao lang.
Saan po yun, ma'am?
Doon
Natin
sa beginning, who will be doing the work?
yeah.
Apa, key person yung ating documenter or trainer or writer. I mean writer.
Yeah,
Writer.
right.
Oo,
Dapat
process.
meron tayong writer, no? Isa lang.
Isa lang siya na nag-handle ng all your documents, all the experiences from the initiation of the project. Tendency kasi as per my experience, kapag ka-process yung ating ginagawa, yung manual yung ating ginagawa, at iba-iba yung gagawin, kukunin mong writer, ang mahirap dyan yung pagtatahi-tahi po ng mismong manual. So, minsan may mga nami-miss din na activities, hindi na isasama sa document. Of course, with your guidance as the consultant, ikaw rin naman ang magdidictate doon sa writer who would, which among the activities will be included in the manual. But you
Ibig
need
sabihin,
somebody to work
isi-centralize
that.
natin, ma'am, no? They will just submit everything to the documenter.
Yes, sir.
Apo,
Yes,
thank you.
sir. Po. And the documenter should be very good in writing as well kasi kapag halimbawa hindi maganda yung isinubmit or parang pag ni-review niya yung sinubmit na document, there are some missing items, at least siya ma-fill in niya. Mako-complete niya na yung mga materials na yan. Okay pa. So
Doon
thank
sa
you.
work breakdown po, ma'am, baka may comment pag may dagdag kayo, ma'am.
Ay, yung sa work breakdown, paki-flash po ulit, sir.
Yan, ito po.
Okay po. So, actually, yung doon po sa part ng sa project team, selection, meeting, conduct orientation about the project, define the scope or of the procedures. I think you need to, you as a consultant, yung sa designing of the, what would be included in the orientation. So dapat yung part ng designing, project design, or at least yung concept of the conceptualization of the project, pwede mong i-insert bago doon sa selection. Opo.
Yeah. Ito,
Prior
no?
to the selection.
Sige. Dadagdag ko na lang dito.
Yes, sir.
Yung dito po, ma'am, sa task or dito sa sa work packages natin. Kasi ang idea ko kasi nito, ma'am, is participatory. Kumbaga yung mga tao na itatap for example sa production yung technician, sila rin kasi ang mag-guide doon sa mga farmers eh. So ang iniisip ko is participatory na sila ang gumagawa nung part sila sa pag-develop ng manual para pag transfer nila yung knowledge mas madali na sa kanila.
Sir,
Yun ang iniisip ko po.
At the beginning of the project team, you insert another row sa project team.
Yeah, dito.
Apa. Parang diyan po papasok yung sa project conceptualization. What you can do, you can have a meeting with with the CEO or the board of directors or the chair, tapos kayo as a consultant. So that parang lang siya, sir. You level up with the project owners.
Parang leveling of expectation, ganun po ba?
Yes, parang leveling of expectation so that when you start doing the orientation and the identification of the people who will be member of the team, mai-relate mo rin sa kanila what is the expectations of the project owner, what will be included in the orientation, kumbaga yung concept mismo, the concept of the project.
Ayun, parang kasi di-discuss doon yung importance ng manual eh.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay. Thank you. Maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you po.
Salamat po. Anyone
thank you.
else na gusto pa pong palakpakin ulit natin?
May dagdag pa.
Ma'am Mabel.
It, I don't know kung ginagawa ito ng mga mga primary cooperatives that they are manualizing all their activities para standardize siya. I don't know, hindi ko lang alam sa loob. But in a private kasi, nasa private ako before, talagang ginagawa namin, minamanualize namin lahat ng mga galaw para
Yes, there
consistent.
are few po na co-ops right now who are engaged with our consultancy team.
Yeah.
Kasi di ba may consultancy team naman po, sir, ang NATCO.
Mm.
Since they don't have the expertise with manualization, it's the same process that we go through then, sir, with the manualizations of their operations. Ayan. Thank you po,
Kasi ang
sir.
tinutulungan ko yung mga maliliit pa na cooperative, ma'am, yung kauumpisa pa lang.
Maganda po, sir.
Pero ang bias ko sa agriculture, more on agricultural cooperative sa akin.
Okay.
Kasi agricultural engineer ako so gusto kong i-practice yung profession ko.
That's good, sir, no? Baka tamang-tama we can partner with you if in case we have some co-ops in agriculture then needing the same expertise po.
Agriculture ang inano ko ngayon, ma'am. In fact, involved din ako sa farm tourism. May project ako sa farm tourism camp. Converting certain, ito 10 hectares, ito ginawa ko. Convert namin into farm tourism camp. Then may mga cooperative.
Okay,
po.
sir. Thank you po. Salamat
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Okay.
For sharing. Ayan. As I mentioned naman kay Sir Jovit, actually the invitation to partner with us is open. So now that you attended the project management at the TOT on project planning and management, I would like to ask later on sana sa inyo who would be willing to be part of our pool of facilitators or instructors, as well as our partners. Ma'am Mabel, you were raising your hands kanina.
Ma'am
Yes.
Rose, question lang. Can we, kasi sa perspective po ng gender, during the preparatory phase, like you're doing the orientation or gathering of information sa level ng stakeholders, is it possible also to integrate the gender perspective? Like, for example, one of the activity mentioned by Sir Jovit is to conduct a focus group discussion or even orientation in the preparatory phase. Naiisip ko po na pwedeng i-integrate ba yung gender, like simply when you document, you have to identify how many men and women and what are the concerns. Like for example, in agriculture, if you are into a dairy, ilang babae at lalaki ba ang nag-i-involve doon? For example, they are into milk production. So ilang babae ang nag-i-involve sa milk production, ilang lalaki ang nag-i-involve sa milk production. Sa first level nung stage nung activity, particularly ilan ang nag-i-involve sa gathering ng milk, ilang ang nag-i-involve sa what we call this other process doon po na nakapaloob doon sa milk production. So would that be possible po to integrate? Kasi I'm thinking like later on, if you would want it into yung larger scale and you would seek for a funding from external or even internal funder for your project, they might be requiring yung integration ng gender perspective. Kasi yun po yung na-experience din namin, and honestly, that is one thing that NATCO is lacking, especially if we are doing a project proposal, that we miss to highlight yung gender perspective nung particular na project. Na-realize po namin yun na napaka-importante pala to really identify and even address the pain points of each of the men and women involved in the project. Kasi pwede namang akala lang natin, perspektibo natin, pang lalaki lang yung ganong klaseng step ng activity. But since in your project, mas marami kayong na-identify na women, pwede pala nating i-utilize. Would that be possible, ma'am, doon sa step na to na present ni Sir Jovit?
Yes, ma'am, Mabel. That's a great idea. Kasi right now, as I've seen already yung mga requirements din ng mga like you're looking for funding. I tried looking for funding for KRC before. So part nga rin ng requirement nila, there's this gender perspective. So instead of parang magsisimula ka sa gitna para lang ma-integrate mo yung gender, why not at the beginning of the project design, ipasok mo na siya, integrate mo na siya. Actually, what you shared is a good idea para na rin for the future activities like you're looking for funding, and then if you want to have your process accredited by let's say ISO or any other international accrediting body, isinasama din yung gender. Hinahanap na rin nila yung gender sensitivity. So at the beginning of the project, I think it's good na talagang isangkap na natin siya, isama na natin siya.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Sir Jovit.
I-share ko lang kasi we are talking about sa funding kasi may nakasit down ako sa isang technical working group in reviewing a project proposal for international funding. Talagang nakadefine doon ilan yung women at saka ilang yung men at saka ano yung mga specific activities na pwede yung women. Ang ginawa ko ma'am na siningit ko kasi meron tayo ngayong batas, yung Agricultural and Fisheries Mechanization Law, wherein kami as agricultural engineer, kami yung forefront doon through the Department of merong basing batas na ipopromote natin yung mechanization. So, ang ginawa ko, siningit ko doon sa proposal that there are activities na i-introduce natin yung mechanization to make it convenient for women. So just like din dito sa dairy, like for example, instead na manual yung pagkuha ng milk, we can introduce yung mga yung mga machines na pagkukuha ng ng milk. So doon sa proposal, pinasok ko na yung mechanization na aspect to make it more sensitive sa women. So yun ang ginawa na just for the information, parang sharing ko lang na para ma-address natin kasi may mga activities nga kasi na panlalaki lang lalo na sa agriculture. But based on my experience, pwede talaga gawain kahit na babae, pwede silang mag-araro using the tractor, so on and so forth, through mechanization. So sa proposal pa lang, pinasok ko na siya. Para during implementation, may sama siya doon, yung nabanggit ni ma'am kanina.
Yes, thank you, Sir Jovit. We're getting a lot of good ideas here.
And ma'am,
Yes,
sorry, I'm so happy to hear that, from at least Sir Jovit has this initiative, and for others, I hope we do have a reflection on that aspect. Natutuwa po ako and masaya ako kasi may ganong klaseng consideration on integrating gender perspective in all the activities. I would just like to highlight also na it's not just for the purpose of we getting a funding from both local or external funders, but also yung realization that if we do have that data specifically on men and women involving in all the activities of the cooperative, it's also a powerful data wherein we can say and we can solidly or reliably decide on possible products that we need to have in our cooperative. Importante, nakita po namin kasi actually even us, we just realized just recently na napakalaki ng importance on looking at and soliciting the thoughts of yung members natin in both sexes. Thank you so much, Sir Jovit. Sir Jovit, part na dapat natin si Sir Jovit sa atin.
Kaya nga sa i-partner natin ng MOA.
Actually, ma'am, observer ako sa labas, pero tinitingnan ko kasi hindi masyado dinidiinan yung kasi sa private kasi station ko So, ang ginagawa ko ngayon, paano ko maidala yung private experience ko doon sa agriculture sector? Especially sa banking and finance, and then as an agricultural engineer, as an educator. So, yun ang mga nakikita ko na pupwede. Even yung strategic planning, pwedeng gawain kahit na maliliit lang na mga cooperative or even, kasi nagpapamily business consultancy ako sa labas So, paano magiging functional yung board talaga nila? We can do that naman sa kahit na maliit startup pa yung cooperative, pwedeng gawain siya Ito sa cooperative agriculture sector. Minsan napapabayaan kasi yung agriculture
Thank you, Sir Jovit. Ayan. That's a good idea. meron ding nice idea infused si Ma'am Nanette dito about diversity and inclusion. Actually, even sa ating International Labor Code, no, yung ILO code for employment, dapat at the beginning of the project, identified na rin siya, nakapasok na rin siya. I have a friend who's working in ILO, lagi niyang kumbaga pinopromote sa amin na when you look at your workforce, when you look at your team, at least sana you have 10% or 5% of your population na catering to those people who are what do you call that? Yung mga may mga kapansanan.
Marginalized, ma'am. Opo.
Yes, yes. Marginalized, tapos yung mga may mga kapansanan but still capable of working, no? Tapos another thing is like there's this one project that I saw na akala namin it's just a process for men because it's curving, no, yung sculpturing. But it happens that part of that project merong babae lang ang makakagawa, which is yung part ng detailing and smoothing ng mga ginagawa nilang mga sculptures. Kaya babaeng nakakagawa kasi mas dexterous or mas maliit yung kamay ng mga babae at mas there's this trait of the females when it comes to the details, no, na kaya babae lang yung kanilang tinatap. So identifying this at the beginning of the project is very essential para pagdating dun sa execution, hindi ka na kagad parang pabalik-balik on the initial plan. No? So maganda yung mga inputs natin. Salamat sa sharing, Ma'am Mabel, Ma'am Nanette. Maybe you want to add more, Ma'am Nanette, ng JFC?
I was just saying kasi maganda yung discussion kanina na diversity and inclusion would include all other gender, all other people's capabilities. Kasi parang if we can unleash those sectors, ang laki ng potential nito in terms of the labor force, human resources natin. Hindi lang sa ekonomiya natin, kundi mismo doon sa kooperatiba natin. It starts with appreciating what we have as resources. And that includes also, when we appreciate them, we appreciate them from their own perspective. Anong dinadala nila doon sa ating kooperatiba. Bawat isa sa kanila may kanya-kanyang dinadala. Kay babae yan, kay may kapansanan siya, o bata siya, o matanda siya. At the same time, we also have to be mindful na we are not into reverse discrimination, no, or stereotyping na ang babae ganito, lalaki ganito, di ba? Lahat tayo ay magiging bukas kung anong kaya nilang gawin. And I think that's really the beauty of cooperativism, yung prinsipyo ng demokrasya na kinikilala natin ang kakayanan at kagalingan ng bawat isa. Yan.
Salamat, Ma'am Nanette. Very well said. Ayan, ang gaganda ng mga inputs natin. Okay, so thank you very much. Wala na bang gustong mag-share ng kanilang presentation? So kung wala na, I think we spent a lot of quality discussions doon sa assignments natin. And thank you very much, Sir Jovit, for sharing what you did based on the tools that we shared. You can, even though let's say tapos na yung ating webinar, you can still use the tools that we shared to you para mas makita ninyo kung paano natin sisimulan yung ating mga project. Yes, go ahead, Ma'am Nanette.
Meron, yes, thank you. When we were doing our assignment, meron lang kaming isang minor concern siguro.
Yes.
Yung tungkol doon sa quadrant, yung merong low interest, low power, kanyan. When we were doing it, yung low interest, low power, di ba nakalagay doon monitor? Pero kapag low power, high interest, keep informed. Nung ginagawa namin yun, hindi kaya parang ang nafe-feel namin parang baliktad, at least sa aming yung tiniligan namin mga project. Kasi if you are, it's to keep informed, di ba? Parang sa FYI, diba? FYI, itong ginagawa namin. Diba? Ganun na ibig sabihin yan. Pero kapag monitor, you spend time to review what they are doing, or you are expected to submit something, diba? Parang ganon. That is why there is, sinasabi nga, there is high interest in what you are doing. Pero, you don't have as much power in terms of influencing how the project is going to proceed. Di ba? Pero kapag low interest, low power, you are an observer of how things are going. You are the recipient of the reports, etc., etc. Yun lang yung iniisip na, at least yung um, baka pwedeng tingnan or ano.
Yes,
Yun
ma'am.
lang.
Thank you very much for that observation. Maganda yan, yung ginawa ninyong observation. But siguro lang, kaya nilagay na monitor kasi hindi pa sila on board doon sa project. So you need to exert more effort in informing them. I think the information is applicable to all levels. Even at the beginning of the project, you have members, let's say you have members who are not interested and not on board the project. So but you identified them as stakeholders. Part sila nung magiging recipients ng ating mga project. But if they are not on board, you keep on giving information. But if you want them to really appreciate and get involved in the project, you monitor them and see what is the impact of all the activities, like yung orientation, like all the information that you shared with them, and then they will now progress kasi they will not be permanent in the low power, low interest. There's a tendency that they will not remain in the low interest and low power quadrant. They will move up to the higher quadrant na yung low power and low interest. And there would be some cases then na low power sila, but there's this high interest. And then they are informed, they would want to participate, like maybe they would apply if there would be some opening, since they are informed of what is needed in the project. They will move up again on another quadrant. Maaring mapunta na sila sa workforce din natin. Kasi for the cooperatives, our members are also our resources. Workforce resources. Sometimes we also hire people na members natin, lalo na kung halimbawa for outsourcing of work, meron tayong consultants among our members, we bring them in on the project. So parang ganun yung magiging dynamics. The quadrant or the grid is just a guide for us to initially profile our members. But your insight from it is talagang tama rin naman, ma'am, yun, no? So tama din naman po siya. But I think the information, i-qualify natin, the information is not limited only to that one quadrant. Information flows from all those quadrants.
Yeah. So that means what we're saying here, kasi yung mga FYI, yung ganon, it mas applicable talaga siya, halimbawa if you're dealing with LGUs, tapos o halimbawa may funding, yung funding group ka, may grant, may donor ka, so nandun siya sa monitoring, di ba? Mga ganon yung nakikita namin kung saan namin isa-slot siya. So what you're saying here is that at the start you can have this, pero it's a moving document, it's a working document, tapos nagbabago-bago siya, tapos maaaring nare-refine siya as we proceed with the project.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that's the concept of stage gate. No, yung parang
Oo.
go back,
Yes.
pause, go back. Ayan.
Ideally, ako ma'am, ang tingin ko, yung stage gate, maganda siya kapag yung mga project mo, mga breakthrough projects.
Yes.
Oo. Yung isa, para sa mga mas may pinagdaanan ka na. Kasi dito, at every stage, tinitingnan mo kung ano, kasi wala ka pang idea how it started out. So, talagang as you go along, binabago mo o nire-refine mo o inaayos mo pa yung proyekto mo.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Nanette. Ayan, napakaganda ng ating discussion. I hope nakaka-relate yung iba nating mga participants on what we are discussing. So siguro kasi talagang mahirap i-compress into this yung ating materials, but we'll go through what is available with us right now. kinompress ko na yung ating presentation. So if it's okay with you, we'll now resume our presentation para mai-transfer ko naman sa inyo yung ating mga materials that we actually designed for the TOT. Ayan. Okay, so okay, ito na naman ang challenge natin, the presentation. I think it's my internet very slow.
Ma'am Rose, yun po ba yung part 1B?
Ito na siya.
Okay.
Is it feeding na as a presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let us continue. We've gone through this yesterday, di ba? And we ended here in identifying the dependencies. I sent to you, Chin, 2 files because I attached it in our presentation dito sa second presentation natin. So we'll go back to where we left sa ating PowerPoint presentation. Baka kasi pag shinare ko sa LMS, hanapin nyo sila sa slide for session 2. It's still part of session 1, okay? So, going back to our example ng startup project, we just did some parang high-level project, but kaya nandyan lahat ng mga departments na example natin, pero hindi tayo nag-identify ng specific project. Medyo balikan lang natin itong dependency design matrix, wherein we plotted the different activities or functions based on the name of the departments o kung sino yung departments na kumbaga responsible. So here in column 1, you will see that the fundraising is actually dependent on what can be fed by the creatives.
Ma'am Rose,
Ayan.
sorry po, hindi nag-move yung PowerPoint na.
Okay. Let's see.
Nakikita po na, ayan ma'am.
Okay, so balikan lang natin ito, tong ating dependency structure matrix, no? So what I was saying is, yung fundraising is requiring information from the creatives. They need the design, the project design from the creatives so that they can present it to donors or to any organization that where they will be getting the capital or funds. At the same case, the marketing function is also dependent from the output of the creatives. So makikita natin that the creative will feed 3 departments. Yung output ng creative will feed the 3 departments: the fundraising, the marketing, the sales. So when we move to column 2, makikita din natin dito yung relationship of the strategy with the marketing and the sales. So the dependencies actually define yung relationship ng 2 units or 2 departments, who is the predecessors and who should provide the information. So what you will see is the flow of the information. Like for HR, if you look into HR, they need capital to identify the teams, no? Yung magiging member of the teams. So they need the output of fundraising. Okay? So I hope this table will help you now identify sino yung mga predecessors, sino yung unang magtatrabaho before you'll be able to perform your function. So from here, from this table, you can now identify this. Ililist mo na lang siya. Parang, kasi sa Excel format, pag ipapasok natin ito sa Excel format, like we are going to create a Gantt chart, you're not going to decide, or you're not going to enter the table in the Gantt chart. But what you will have to create are column 1, the activity, and then column 2, the descriptions of the activity, and then who would be the predecessors. Then there'll be a formula na makikita natin na magiging indicator na kapag halimbawa si creative were not able to finish their task ng let's say, in 2 weeks' time, tendency is magkakaroon ng delay in the performance of the fundraising. So ganun yung makikita natin. Sa Gantt chart, lilitaw, magtitik siya or mag-change yung color ng ating design in the Gantt chart. So later, I'll show you where you can get, kasi hindi na natin isasama yung how to design in the Excel, but I added in the LMS already a video on how to create a Gantt chart using Excel. Kasi this is easy when we have MS project, but it will take a lot of time for us. It's another subject or topic that we need to dwell on, wherein we can learn it at our own pace. So when we present it to our participants, maybe you can play the video. If you have 5 days, that will be enough to go through the complete course. But if you don't have 5 days, you can just show the videos to the participants on how to prepare Gantt chart using Excel format. So what I'm now introducing is just the principle on how you are going to plot it. From the matrix, going to this table or columns, which you will be needing in the Gantt chart. Okay, I hope everybody is being able to follow. Now, another approach or strategy in identifying the dependencies is this network diagram, di ba? We shared this also yesterday. But by looking at this diagram, iplinat mo na kung sino-sino yung mga after the creative, susunod na si marketing, si sales, saka si fundraising. But you will not notice from this initial design of the diagram, si IT nakabukod. But IT is not independent, or it's not, kumbaga, hindi pwedeng tanggalin mo siya, no? But it's part of the process because IT should be also part of the network diagram. So this is a visual presentation of the relationship and the flow of information in your project design. So you need to have a start, and you also need an end in the project. Kasi nga, part ito nung scoping natin. Yung time natin is defined. If it's a project, it should be clearly defined. Okay? So we also discussed and shared with you the different kind of relationship. It differs depending on the dynamics of the different departments or units. So, pwedeng finish start ang relationship nila. Task A would have to finish their task so that task B can start. So, madali lang ito, no? But there are some relationship na they have to start at the same time, lalo na there's a target time or deadline that they need to meet, no? And then there are activities, so they have to finish together so that the next function would be able to start, no? So parang hihintayin ng next function yung matatapos ng dalawa. And there's this relationship pala na sabay magsisimula, concurrent, simultaneous yung kanilang activities. And then there's this relationship na medyo complicated, that one function would have to complete before one function will start. Parang let's say in a software development, when the HRIS, kasi madalas ko ma-encounter ito sa development of HRIS, when the HRIS is complete now, ang tendency is meron kang, kumbaga, parallel testing. Bago mo itanggalin sa iyong process yung luma mong HRIS or yung payroll system, bago mo tanggalin yan, kailangan may dry run doon din sa bago. So, halimbawa, tapos na yung designing ng customizing of the softwares or applications doon sa process, you still need at least 2 people to monitor and troubleshoot the bugs of the new system. So instead of having 10 software developers at the site, tanggalin mo na yung 8, magtira ka lang ng 2 who will address now the bugs. So yun yung isang example na kailangan matapos muna yung project bago naman magsimula yung monitoring on the performance of the software. So that's start to finish. Now, we're now going to add time or schedules in our table. So let's go back to this example, simplified lang para madali nating maintindihan. So let's say creatives, they spent more time on the initiation and planning, no? So they need 5 weeks, no, para magawa nila yung kanilang trabaho. Strategy will need 2 weeks, and then IT will need 4 weeks. Fundraising will need 4 weeks, marketing 2 weeks, sales 5 weeks, and finance 2 weeks. Then HR will need 1 week for hiring. So you have this column of predecessors and then showing the relationship, sino yung mga units na kailangan matapos. And then what would be the schedule? I-plot natin ito ngayong duration or example duration in our dependencies or Gantt chart, no? So it might appear like this in your Excel format. So kapag ka may delays, it will turn red. Okay? But if it will be on time, it will be on blue, no? So mag-a-adjust na siya using the formula. But instead of using this example of Gantt chart, let's look into, let's discuss first the challenges when we do some time identification or schedules identification ng project. So what is this Parkinson's law? Isang challenge kapag ka magbibigay ka ng time sa iyong team is that if you ask the team, how long will you finish the project? If they say, if you give them 5 weeks, tendency sasagarin nila yung 5 weeks. That's the Parkinson's law. It's the behavior of the people within the team. So sasagarin nila yon. Meaning, pwede namang tapusin ng 3 weeks, pero they will maximize it, lalo na kapag halimbawa arawan, no, yung kukontratahin mo kung construction yan. Ang gagawin nila, isasagad nila kasi para makuha nila yung sahod na arawan, no? Meron din tayong challenge na kung halimbawa naman ang mentality ng ating mga time determinants are merong student syndrome o yung mga mag-e-execute ng project. They do it at the last minute, kumbaga cramming. So it's the behavior of the workers, no? Instead of kumbaga ibuhos nila yung best nila at the first week para maaga silang matapos, tendency is they will do it when it's almost deadline. So, student syndrome, kaya tinawag na student syndrome. So, you also have to consider the overconfidence then ng magiging workers mo. Others will say that, kaya naming tapusin yan in 3 days or in 3 weeks. Kaya naming tapusin yan in 3 weeks. But then again, in reality, it will take more time, no? So magkakaroon ka ngayon ng error in terms of identifying kung ano yung magiging schedule na kailangan mo talaga, if that will be your basis. So ang suggestion is that when you decide on the timing or the schedules, you need to benchmark. If it's not unique, no, you need to benchmark on previous projects, previous similar projects. Maybe you can refer with the workers in the front line o kung sino yung mga nagtatrabaho so that you'll get a more valid time reference. Okay, so siguro biases is easy to explain. Kung tayo yung gagawa ng project, sometimes if we are asked ilang weeks natin matatapos yan, we will give what is comfortable to us, no? But what do we mean by anchoring? Pag halimbawa ikaw na magse-set ng time, ang sabi mo sa kanila is, kaya mo bang tapusin yan in 2 weeks time? Sasagot nila, okay, I'm good with 2 weeks, no? So bakit anchoring? Parang you already dictated or had given them the idea na ito pala yung expectations mo. Pero kung tutuusin, in reality, hindi, 1 week lang yan no? So, may mga ganitong tendencies ang mga members natin. So, nangyayari, i-confirm nila, kaya tinatawag na anchoring and confirmation. Ngayon, kaya natin diniscuss to because we're talking about scheduling. And if you are the project manager, tendency is you need to do some real studies on the time element of the completion of every functions in the project. Otherwise, masisway ka nitong mga factors na ito, which are human factors in terms of scheduling. Now, let's go back dun sa table na nag-assume tayo ng mga time, no? We will determine the early start and early finish. And also at the same time, we want to determine yung late start and late finish. So para malaman natin yung scheduling natin ng ating mga functions or activities. Okay, when we will assign an equivalent number. Okay, so medyo bibilisan lang naman natin to. Don't worry, hindi tayo magko-compute no ng marami. So gusto ko lang i-demonstrate sa inyo yung papaano mo malalaman kung ano yung critical path na tinatawag. Okay, so the critical path is the longest path, the longest time possible for the project. Okay, so paano nating mako-compute yan? So first, let's look at the early start and early finish. No? So early start, early finish, we'll start with 0 weeks. Then strategy mentioned na 2 weeks sila, they need 2 weeks. So ang time nila would be 0 and 2. Okay. For creatives, pwede nating assign na since 5 weeks siya, we'll assign 5. And then IT will have 4 weeks. Okay, so now we're going to proceed with the next function. Where did we get the 5? Since you have 2 predecessors, yung strategy and creative, before you'll be able to start, ano yung latest between the 2 predecessors? So 2 and 5, of course, the 5 weeks. Kailangan matapos muna yung dalawang ito bago ka mag-start. So let's say 5 weeks ang iyong early start. And you add 2 more weeks, that would be your early finish, no? Okay, for the predecessor naman ng sales, you only have the creatives. Kaya 5 ang kanyang early start. Pag natapos si creatives, then since you'll be working 5 weeks, add 5 weeks more sa yung time, that will be your early finish. And fundraising is also dependent sa creative. So creative will finish on the 5th week. So you also start on the 5th week. That will be your earliest start. And add 4 weeks and your earliest finish would be the 9th week. Okay? So with regards to finance, okay, dalawa ang predecessors niya. No? Bago siya makapagsimula, finance would need to wait for the marketing to finish and the sales to finish. So comparing from the two, if you need both functions to finish bago ka makapag-start, then 10 is the latest finish here. Kaya you'll begin on the 10th week, no? And then add 2 weeks before you'll be able to finish on the 12th week, okay? So HR also is dependent from sales and fundraising. So kailangan tapos yung dalawa. 10 is the finish of sales. Earlier yung fundraising ng 9. You choose 10 kasi ito yung pinaka-latest. Then you get it as your early start and your early finish would be 1 week. So you just keep on adding the number of weeks that you assigned per function. So if you compare now the early end of the 2 functions, no, of the two functions here, the finance and HR, you can now get the span of 12 weeks for the entire project. That is the early finish. Ngayon, tignan naman natin, what if there would be delays, no? So gusto natin 12 weeks matapos. we move going to the right from the network diagram. We'll move now going to the left para naman sa tinatawag nating late start and late finish. Okay, so let's start with 12 weeks. And then we go back on the finance, no? So the 12 is your late finish, but you subtract 2 weeks from 12 and that will be 10. That will be your late start, no? So for HR, since the late finish is 12, you place here in blue, no, yung 12, subtract 1 week, and that will be your late start, 11 and 12. And since HR is dependent on sales, ang gagawin natin, sales will get the 10. The 10 is taken from the early, ang kanyang kumbaga reference would be the earliest, the latest start, no? You get the latest start here of finance, the 10, then you subtract 5, no? So kanina tinitingnan natin ano yung pinaka-late. Dito naman titingnan natin ano yung mas maaga na na start, no? So 10. Let's look at 10, then minus 5, then that will be the 5th week. And for fundraising, since wala naman siyang ibang nakalink sa kanya, you'll depend on the 11 of HR. So you get 11 minus 4 weeks, that would be 7 weeks. That would be your late start. Now, si marketing is looking at finance, no? Siya ang nag-feed kay finance. So 10 would be your late finish, and then your late start would be minus 2 weeks, that would be 8. Okay, so this is tricky. Tatlo yung kanyang finifeed. As I've mentioned, kung kanina ang hinahanap mo is the highest number, now ang hinahanap natin is the lowest number, which is the late start, no? This will be your late start, late finish, I'm sorry. This will be your late finish, 5 weeks. And then minus 5, that would be 0. So the same case, compare marketing and sales, mas maaga ang sa sales, get 5 minus 2, that would be 3. And so IT, since ang wala naman siyang finifeed, ma-stretch niya yung time niya. Pwede siyang matapos even up to the 12 weeks. So you'll get 12 minus 4, that will be on the 8th week. So IT can start on the 8th week of the project. So now you have a project duration. So now, what did you notice in the network diagram? There are some functions na pareho ang kanyang early start, early finish, at ang kanyang late start at late finish. So that would be, okay, pakita natin, sino-sino yung mga functions na may late start and late finish. So those function na merong the same result or figures are your critical path. This determines now your most important functions kasi nakarely dito yung ibang mga functions. But what about the other functions not falling within the critical path? They can be more lenient, no? They can actually be more flexible depending on their time. Kasi they can have an early start ng 0 and 4, late finish na 4, but they can also have a late start of 8 weeks to 12 weeks. Sila yung mas maluluwag na departments kasi mas marami silang options pagdating sa finish time or sa kanilang start time. No? So that is your critical path. Pag ginalaw mo any of the function schedule in the critical path, affected ang complete project duration. Yung movement ng other functions will be affected. Okay, so main point, the critical path determines your longest path in the project, and the project duration is defined by the length of the critical path. Ang other terminologies used for it is the make span. A delay in the activity along the critical path will cause a delay in the project. So, ito ay examples lang given to us and designed by the engineers at DuPont Corporation way back in 1950s. So up until now, ginagamit pa rin siya ng ating mga project managers as guide in determining the critical path. So we'll not dwell much on that, just showing the importance of critical path. Now, you can use the MS project, as I've mentioned, about plotting your activities. Para hindi ka na magko-compute, nagagawa ka ng network diagram para mapabilis yung ating trabaho. Now, we have a video for 5 minutes. Time is, okay, is this 10:30? Okay, so maybe while you're taking, let's play this video ng 5 minutes. Tapos you can actually leave, no? Kasi naka-upload naman siya sa ating LMS. But if you want to continue on watching, pwede naman kayong magstay kung hindi nyo feel na kumuha ng coffee. But for our break, we will play this para kahit papano, those who would be waiting naman for the rest, will have, kumbaga, fruitful pa rin yung kanilang waiting time, no? Okay lang ba sa atin yon? May I see thumbs up, please? Kung okay lang sa inyo na yung break natin, magpe-play tayo ng video. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll just play the video. Let me know if you have, if there's no sound, no? And then you can run to the CR or grab a coffee if you want. Then come back if you want to watch the video. Okay? So 5 minutes break and at the same time video playing. Okay. Let me share the audio.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to try and create an MS project.
Is there a sound? Okay, I'll continue. Okay, now you can grab your coffee as well.
A Microsoft project file, project plan, for our example startup project. We're going to enter the tasks, we're going to enter their durations, add the precedence relationships that we've identified among them, and hopefully out of that we will get a Gantt chart and we will be able to identify our critical path. And we will also have a chance to look at the network diagram, all within the tool, all within MS Project. So the way to start is to go to File and open a new file as you would most Microsoft products. The first screen that you will see is the data entry table and our Gantt chart on the right. This is the preferred screen to work in my mind. And the way to start next is to start listing your tasks. Add the names of your tasks as you've identified them from the work breakdown structure. In our case, we have 8 tasks. We start with the creative, strategy, IT, fundraising, marketing, sales, finance, and finally, HR. Now, by default, we have a question mark duration because we haven't identified the duration. So let's add the durations of these specific tasks based on our exploration of the data that we've collected. So the creative, we thought would take 5 weeks. Strategy, 2. IT and fundraising, 4 weeks each. Marketing, 2 weeks. Sales, 5. Finance, 2. And finally, HR, 1 week. As you see, as I type in the durations, my Gantt chart gets automatically updated to reflect the new information that I entered. We can also see that the start date was set to January 19th, and we have yet to determine a finish date because we haven't entered our precedence relationships. So, in this column titled Predecessors, we start entering the relationships. For instance, we know that fundraising depends on the creative task being completed, so we enter task number 1. Marketing, we know, depends on both the creative and strategy being completed, and sales similarly. The finance task depends on both the marketing and the sales, and HR depends on fundraising being done and the sales being completed. We see our Gantt chart, again, getting updated in real time to add the precedence relationships and to start the tasks at the earliest possible date that they can start, assuming that their predecessors have been completed. We can also add an end milestone to our project, which has a duration of 0. Milestones are denoted by a duration of 0, which means that it will change, and on the Gantt chart it will appear as a diamond. We also know that this will occur when both the finance task and the HR, the two last tasks in our project, are done. So we can add that information as predecessors, and there we have the end of our project scheduled currently for the 10th of April. Let's add a little bit more information to our Gantt chart. Well, first, maybe we want to be looking at our critical path. So we can stand in our Gantt, right-click, under the header Show or Hide Bar Styles, we select Critical Path. And our critical activities are then highlighted in red to denote that those are the critical tasks. Those tasks create the longest path in our project and determine the completion date. A few other things that are recommended. One is to add a high-level summary task, a roll-up task that will tell me overall when do I start, when do I finish, and my overall duration. I would like some indication here of how long this project will take, not just in terms of the date, but also in terms of the total duration. To do that, I'm going to right-click on top and I'm going to insert a task. I'm going to call this task Startup Project. And I am going to highlight all the other tasks underneath it, and I'm going to indent them. This has automatically created a summary task that basically summarizes the entire project. Our entire project is going to take 12 weeks. It will start on January 19th and it will complete on Friday, April 10th. We can also add a start milestone if we would like to represent a point in time in which all of our project or all of our tasks are going to start. And so this is also a milestone. We can give it a duration of 0, and we can make our first 3 tasks, meaning the creative, the strategy, and the IT, dependent on that start milestone. Perhaps if we're depending on a specific approval or a specific license in order to start to get things started. Here we have it. We have our complete Gantt chart with our starting date, our completion date, and our critical tasks highlighted. Another important view that we get from MS Project, or most project management tools out there, is the network diagram. By choosing the network diagram, let me collapse the boxes so you can see a better view of this. We get an entire overview, an entire view of the network and the flow of the project from left to right, as we looked at before manually, to make sure that we are comfortable that our project is complete. There is a link between all of our tasks. There are clear dependencies. We have one start and one finish. And we can now be confident that our plan makes sense and that we're not missing any fundamental relationships.
Okay, is everybody back? Nakabalik na ba lahat? Ayan. Okay, ang ganda no, ng MS Project. Pinag-aralan pa natin yung network diagram, meron naman palang MS Project. Pampadali ng ating buhay. Okay. We have a video in your LMS na how to design the Gantt chart. Medyo mahaba siya kaya will not play it here today. Just watch it na lang. So the explanation is the same naman then with how the video of MS Project showed us. Step-by-step guide. So it's at the latest part of your module 2 doon sa ating LMS, no? So you can share that to your participants and use it as part of your training. Okay, so that's the tool for designing a Gantt chart. Now, let us now discuss about the implications, no? Parang we already have schedules, no? Nakita na natin yung critical path. Now, ano naman yung implication if there would be a late start, yung as soon as possible or as late as possible. If there would be late start and late beginning, late end of the project, no? So, ano yung magiging implications? The material in PMI told us na it will have an implication on the cost and at the time. So kapag we'll start as soon as possible, tendency is ma-maximize natin yung ating cost. And then that means we have enough. We started early in our project, but if we started late in our project, no, as late as possible, that will be addressing naman yung ating sourcing. So the reasons why we check the cost, it means we're giving more time on the sourcing of fundings para sa ating project. Kaya we will start at a later time. But you know, there's formula or computation to determine the implications, no? Using also the project management tool and this guide, we can actually manage the time and monitor the time and execution for the project. No, so let's say you wanted to shorten the time, what can we do? If we want to shorten the time, like 12 weeks gusto nating bawasan, baka pwedeng tapusin natin ng 11, ganyan, or ng 10 weeks. Now, what you can do is, we call it the project crashing, no? So yung project crashing, it's a project duration, can be shortened or can be adjusted by changing the timing or changing the schedule of your critical path. Yung mga functions falling within the critical path. Okay? So it may be worth spending money to reduce the length of a project. Kung meron kang additional capital, then maybe you can add more workforce members, or you can actually invest on equipments para mapabilis mo yung performance ng ating mga functions within the critical path. So when you do that, let's say you're going to invest on equipment or technology or additional people, you need to do some bidding, or maybe you will ask for some bidding para you can choose what is the least expensive. Kahit na you have adequate budget, still you would want to work within the budget that is given to you. Maganda pa rin na ang maipakita natin is you're not maximizing the funding that is given to you. So when you do that, there will be a new critical path that will emerge, and it can be shown in our MS project. So mag-change na siya automatically. Okay, so as a result ng project crashing, as I mentioned, nasabi ko na rin, no, it will be a shorter critical path, and then more activities will be involved, will be added kasi you're adding more people and you're also adding equipment or technology, no? How about the risk? The question now is the risk when you crash the project. Okay, so later we'll discuss about the risk, but what we can do is we look into the activities that are not necessary, yung mga redundant activities, no? And reduce also the manual labor, the functionality can be assigned to a technology, and cut corners and outsource, meaning streamline the process. You can streamline the process by, let's say, simplifying the requirements, o di naman kaya you get some experts to, or outsource it to an expert, to a consultant, para hindi na siya kasama doon sa yung critical path. When we outsource it to consultant, diba, it's just an equivalent of an amount of the service, but you can demand for the consultant to finish it on your deadline, no? So we can do those things, okay? So on your LMS, there are also some tips on how you can reduce project timelines. So may mga examples siyang ibibigay. That is just 4.5 minutes. And then you can also watch the Microsoft project for beginners, which is 20 minutes, no? So wag na nating i-present dito kasi medyo ano na siya, details naman, but I hope you're getting the idea now of what we can do during our trainings. Lalo na we wanted to provide them some ideas on how they can cut short the project timeline. Yeah. Okay. So let me share as well this table with you. These are some common planning mistakes. Kaya pinag-aralan natin yung how to design a work breakdown schedule. Because if there's no work breakdown schedule, tendency is we might be some task and we might not be able to include it in our project plan, no? Other mistakes na maaaring mangyari, maaaring wala tayong tao on specific functions. Like what we suggested kay Sir kay Sir Jovit earlier, na very important ang maglagay tayo ng documenter or writer even at the very beginning of the project, somebody who would actually centralize or gather together all the documentations. Parang siya yung magiging owner ng mga documentations. That person will be responsible in managing the documents and having it put together so that it'll be easier for us to produce the manual. And then the incorrect project duration and critical path may also result to problems in terms of meeting the budget, no? So mangyayari, maaring mag-overseed tayo doon sa project sa budget na ibinigay sa atin, no? And we might be needing more resources. Another common mistake is the task duration specified in terms of work, kasi nga may mga behavior like yung mga overconfidence in developing the project, Parkinson's effect, no? And yung student syndrome, maaring maging factor yon kapag hindi natin na-consider siya in our in defining the schedules. So another mistake is excessive task duration, no? So siguro it's easy now to describe it. No network diagram, may mga missing dependencies, so there might be some functions or department na hindi informed. So it's critical that we know kung sino-sino yung mga departments and that they should be well-versed of what's happening in the execution of the project. Otherwise, magiging problem sila later on at kung hindi sila aligned with the project execution. So another is tasks without predecessors or successors. No project critical path ang mangyayari. You will have a problem in terms of the relationship. Parang magtatanong, kanino ba yung responsibility? Maghahanapan tayo ng kung sino yung responsible person. And then walang mag-a-admit. So it happens, di ba? Sometimes pagka may pumalya sa mga project, hanap ka ngayon ng sino bang root cause nito? Sino bang may problema dito? Ngayon wala nang aamin. So to avoid that, we need to determine ano yung mga project dependencies. Fixed start dates to mimic dependencies so that you'll have no error in plans. No dependency defined between activities in correct sequence. And then dependencies between summary tasks. Okay, so we just shared this table so that will be more critical pagdating sa more kumbaga detailed oriented pagdating sa schedule, planning, and scoping. This is actually the end of the session yesterday. So ito na yung mga na-discuss natin from part 1, no? So do we have any question about what we presented for session 1 before we proceed with the next sets of information? Kasi alam ko overwhelmed na naman tayo with new informations. Okay, we're done with this. So far, walang question. So if you don't have any questions, we will proceed with the next part, session 2. Okay, so sige, i-present ko na yung session 2. I'm sharing here a framework that we are all more familiar with, no? So I'm sure you are familiar with Vimocratis Patres. Familiar ba tayo? Can I see a thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay. Si Ma'am Sherry ba yun?
Yes, Ma'am Rose.
Okay. Fresh from Co-op Lamp. Okay. So this is the Vimocratis Patres, a design of the Strategic Planning Framework by Professor Ed Morato Jr. So as I mentioned yesterday, the project management flow or life cycle is actually within the strategic planning. Yung concept makikita na natin sa strategic planning. Diba, we have to define the outcome. We need to define ano yung satisfaction level of our recipients of the project. And then these are actually the project goals. And then we also have to define the KPI or yung mga performance indicators of the project. So that's the time, the cost, and the scope. And then in project scoping, this is actually under the definition of the activities and tasks. We need the strategies, what we are going to employ for the project. That's why we look into the stakeholders profile, no? And we need to organize our resources, no? So we had this stakeholders profiling. So we're actually done with the first part of the Democracy Patres, the top-down planning. Okay, so we're done with that. We have the stakeholders interest and power grid. So yung palang mga tools na share namin sa inyo can also be used in our strat planning. No? So pwede din pala natin siyang gamitin sa iba nating business planning or activities in the co-op. So kahit hindi siya project, it can also be applied. No? So these are the 9 knowledge areas or core functions based on this figure. I extracted this from the book, screenshot siya nung nagaling sa book natin. And if you will look into this, there is this HR management, communication management, risk management, procurement management. Ayan. So Ma'am Gina, you're part of, you're very important to the project management activities, no? Scope management, time management, cost management, and quality management. Okay, so itong quality management, it's another topic. So it's not included here because it's where you will define the standards, yung quality management. Okay. So let's go with how we can improve the plan. And the way to improve the plan is to identify the risk. So risk management. We all know that risk management is another topic, no? Parang napakaraming kailangan nating matutunan. Terminologies, identifying the criteria for the risk, and determining the strategies in addressing and mitigating or solving the risk that we identified. Okay? But for the purpose of the project planning and management discussions, let's first identify yung mga possible issues that we will encounter from the project, yung mga terminologies. And then we can now think of, reflect back on our projects kung ito ba ay can be categorized within these sources of uncertainties, no? Kadalasan naman, ang nagiging problema kapag hindi natin masyadong na-define ng maayos yung mga risk or yung mga problems that may occur. So there are 3 types of sources of uncertainty according to the mayor and his partners. Merong foreseeable uncertainties, there are complexities, and unforeseen uncertainties. Yung foreseeable uncertainties, minsan it may be a result of variability. Yung mga sudden changes in the activities, sudden changes in the resources that we use, maaring yung contractor natin or yung ating sa procurement na binili nating materials is not compatible with what is actually indicated in our project design, no? So, yung mga ganyang klaseng variabilities. Now, alternative paths, di ba, we usually have plan A, plan B. Because, kaya sinasabi natin na this is also one cause of uncertainties because we don't know what would be the result for plan A or what would work best Would it be plan B? No? So this will also give us foreseeable uncertainties. So madali nating ma-manage at ma-mitigate if it falls within these foreseeable uncertainties. Now, complexity is more difficult to handle. The complexity arises from project task, yung mga performance na of the activities. Sometimes it may be a result of yung effectiveness and efficiency of the people, their competencies in performing their duties. Or sometimes it might be the biases of our stakeholders, lalo na yung mga nandoon sa high power or high authority pagdating doon sa involvement nila din sa ating projects. So this complexity is actually what we call the risk, the project tasks and stakeholders, human risk. But going back to our previous image, okay, or visual, there's also this unforeseen uncertainties, lalo na kapag yung project natin is unique, and then it's first time that we're doing it. That's why we need to do some testing, parallel testing, or di naman kaya prototyping. And sometimes the unforeseen uncertainties are a result of the changes in our market or in our environment. So novel markets yung mentioned dito. Ang hirap i-address ng ambiguity because it's still not happening and it hasn't entered our thoughts yet. So, paano tayo magiging prepared for that? It's being observant of the movements of our market. It's being observant on the trends and issues. Yun lang ang magagawa natin. And then our team should be more flexible and should be more proactive pagdating dito. Like what happened during the pandemic, Ang dami nating mga naging mga issues during the pandemic. We cannot go to work, we cannot buy ng face-to-face. But then again, the creativity and resourcefulness of the people, naging evident siya during the pandemic. So it's a response to the ambiguity. Now, having identified the concepts of the sources of uncertainties, we have this planning tool shared to us. It's called Plan to Match Matrix, to Match Risk Matrix. Okay, so looking at the different ambiguity, the uncertainty, ipa-plot lang natin in a table yung complexity. Okay, so in the left side, the complexity, this entails yung complex kapag maraming involved, many interactions. Less complex kapag few interactions. Now, the ambiguity is yung tatlo na minention natin. Yung variability, foreseeable events, and unknown unknowns. So, when we do this, maybe we will be given this kind of image. Okay? So, if it's many interactions, we need to improve our plan, make sure that it is stable, and the plan is very clear to all the stakeholders or to all the functions, to all the departments. And at the same time, you need a monitoring mechanism so that you'll have more control. Okay? That is for the variability. Para ma-mitigate natin yung mga risk, we need all these mechanisms. So for fewer interaction, planning may be adequate. If maliit lang yan, micro. But then again, I'm always into the monitoring, trying to actually oversee all of the activities, maging minor man yan, para hindi na siya maging complex later on, yung problema. Now, in foreseeable events, we can prepare a project risk management document. Ililist natin lahat ng mga risk. We identify the score. Later, I'll show you. We'll identify the score for the risk or kung red flag ba yan or yellow flag lang or green flag siya. Pag green flag, it's healthy. But if it's already a complex, very complex and very ambiguous na issues arising from the project, we need control and fast responses. Now, as I've mentioned, ang hirap mag-plan for the unknown unknowns. That's why what we can only do is think of solutions, try it, test it, and then learn from the result of those tested solutions. Ido-document lang natin so that later on, these unknown unknowns will be part of the foreseeable risk. Okay? So, let's go with the risk management, the project risk management. Let's take these different steps or 4 steps in project planning. No? The identification, assessment, response planning, monitoring, and control. Okay? So let's say we create this risk assessment for all the stages, the plan, the execution, and then the end of the project. We have this kind of table. We can create a risk assessment. What others do is they match the likelihood or the occurrence of the problem against the impact or the effect on the project and the stakeholders. So we may identify the different columns as insignificant, hindi masyadong mabigat ang impact or influence on the project, minor na impact, moderate, major, o maaaring ito ay mag-cause ng big problems to our project. Okay. So for the occurrence naman, will it happen? Kung rare, you can assign a percentage or a score for it. It might be 10% lang of likelihood na mangyayari siya. Unlikely, 10 to 25%. Moderate is 25 to 50%. And then likely, 50 to 75%. Now, this may change, no? Hindi ito standards. Usually, the people in charge with risk management decide on the criteria or the percentage of they'll assign to these different areas. Like if it's insignificant and then it's likely to occur, yung impact niya insignificant but likely mangyayari siya, others would say na green pa rin siya. But others would say na yellow siya, parang warning signs pa lang, no? So let's assume that we assign a number so that we can have a score. This is not really kumbaga, what I am showing you is just the principle behind the risk management table. Let's say na decide na 0.05 ang insignificant, 0.1 ang minor, 0.2 ang moderate in terms of impact, 0.4 for major, and 0.8 for catastrophic. And then for the rares, ginamit nila even numbers would be 0.2 for the rare occurrence, and likely is 0.4. For likely, 0.6, and then 0.8. No? So yung probability of occurrence. So now if you intersect the two, like if the impact is like moderate, and then the likelihood of occurrence would be 4, mataas yung probability of occurrence, then you'll get now 0.16%. So it's already a red flag, that's high, 16% for those who decided. Now they place it now in a table for the risk management or project risk management table. Getting the scores is, for example, ito yung risk area, the operations, the team, or the engineering. This is coded, no? OP01, where they get it. So it's their code for operations. Team, they use the workforce, so W01. Engineering, they get the E to get the code for 09, E09. Now, the risk type can be categorized based on the objectives of the project, the schedule or the time, the scope, and the cost. And then, if the probability level is 4 and the impact level is 4, now you'll get 16. So yun yung example natin kanina, no? So you get 16 na score. So now you will decide if it's for risk mitigation planning, no? And then you decide who would be responsible for it. So a better example is here. Ayan. Ganyan ka-complicated ang ating risk management table. So we will not expound on this. I'm just going to show you an example. After listing the risk, no, and the description, now you can get the score by looking at the likelihood or probably yung occurrence niya and code it based on what you have. This can be the numbers as well. If you wanted to input numbers, there are risk management na list like this na may score sila and then colored na rin siya. Now, if it's severe, no, like let's look into a severe example, like project purpose, the need is not well defined. So impact, if the risk of course is high, no, hindi na defined. Rating based on impact and likelihood is high. The owner is the project sponsor or project owner. Ang action niya is complete a business case if not already provided, and ensure purpose is well defined on project charter and PID. Contingent action, no? Escalate to the project board with an assessment of the risk of runaway cost and never-ending project. So project program actions, business case rewritten, documentation ng experience, no? And then presentation to the board for approval. Then status, you can say if it's open, kung existing na problem siya, or is it a closed problem already, nalagpasan na natin, then that's what you're going to put into the status. So this is the project risk management tool. Now, what if there would be changes in the project implementation? So mga scheduled scenarios to, no? So let's say merong mga naging hindi na pag-aralan na historical data, or di naman kaya because of the biases of our stakeholders, there were several opinions, no? And it affected the project duration. Now what we're going to do is, ito is part also of the scenarios, the reasons for changing the schedules or the critical path activities. What are we going to show next? It's how you measure the efficiency and effectiveness of your project. Let's say nag-execute na tayo, no? So i-implement na natin yung ating plans. Nasa ano na tayo, topic 4. This will be what we need to prepare, no? So we need the Gantt chart, or we need our schedules plotted in the Gantt chart. And then this is our project implementation plan. This will be the guide for all of the workers as well as stakeholders in the project. Okay. So what are the components of the implementation plan? Kapag mag-execute na tayo ng project, sabi natin dapat clear yung goals and objectives. Dapat meron tayong criteria or the KPI that we identify. Then we also have defined the scope. We have the critical path. Now we also have to look into the resource plan, no? Yung mga requirements for the projects. Napag-usapan na rin natin on identifying the unforeseeable events, and then yung mga ambiguous occurrence, yung mga magiging possible risk to the project. Now we are now in the implementation, so we need the timeline, we have the schedules, but we also have to identify the implementation plan milestones, no? So, but before we go to the implementation, let's say measuring the effectiveness, dapat lagi tayong merong start and end or start and finish. Others, kapag state gate ang ginamit nating process, maraming start, no? Kada stages ng project planning, maraming milestones. And then we also measure the team roles and responsibilities and the implementation plan metrics. Okay, so in the project execution, our guide would be to answer these questions. So during the execution, we wanted our our activities closely monitored? So ang pwede nating itanong is it a physical or virtual activity? How often? Frequency? Project management office, where is the location of the project? We need to know also the setup in the project. What would be the information that will be monitored? Ano ba yung mga kailangang mga data to be included in the project? Now, in terms of correcting and controlling the activities, you may be guided with the question, what decisions will be made? Ano ba yung mga iba't iba pang mga kailangan ng approval, no, na activities? What actions will be taken? Ano ba yung mga activities natin? The tasks and functions should be well defined. Who is in charge of the execution? Yung project manager natin. And how will the outcomes be communicated? So dito sa reporting, how often? How often will you need a report? Kailangan ba natin ng monthly, quarterly na report? Sino magpiprepare ng reports at kanino isa-submit? Sino yung mga recipients of the information? Okay. Okay. I mentioned about monitoring. There are formulas. Tingnan natin na example yung ating first information. No, na first example na ginamit natin. Let's say yung project na 12 weeks, ang overall budget niya is 8,500 distributed sa lahat ng mga functions. So nag-assign tayo ng amount na 1,000 sa creative, 500 para sa strategy, 3,000 sa IT, fundraising is 500, 200 for marketing, sales is 500, 750 for finance, and 250 for HR. This is the seed money, no? Yung ating fund for the project. This is the seed money. Now, let's say, nag-start yung creatives on January, after 2 weeks, mga February, around February, 2 weeks na yung nakalagpas, the creatives progress is that they completed 25%, no? So ano ang 25% ng ng 5 weeks? 1.25. So 25% yung natapos nila. But we need to determine later on ano yung mga expectations, no? So ito lang muna, kinuha natin yung progress. So sa 25% or sa natapos nila na 1 week and more na program within 2 weeks, no? 500 na yung nagastos nila. Si strategy is duration weeks, 2 weeks din. 500 yung cost niya, yung parang pinaka-budget niya. But ang work completed niya is 75 and then 300 ang money spent. IT is 4 weeks, 3,000 ang kanyang budget. Ang kanyang cost is 1,000, pero ang natapos niya pa lang at the second week is 25%. Now, let us just take muna yung creatives, no? Tignan natin, what's the trouble? So, by looking at the table, alam na natin kaagad, second week na. So, that's 3 weeks na lang natitira, pero 25% pa lang yung natatapos nila. Meron ka na kaagad na impression na na delayed sila, no? Pagdating sa performance ng project, yung kanilang function delayed. And then ang seed money nila is 1,000, pero 500 na, 50% na kaagad. Now let us see how it can be presented using the figures, no? Yung mga formula used that can be actually our guide in determining the impact ng mga na-complete nila during the execution. So the data that you need is, let's say creatives, we need the scheduled work, which is 2 weeks. Ang expectation natin as per schedule, as per plan, is 40% na dapat yung kanilang natatapos. Pero since 25% pa lang yung completed nila, no, in 2 weeks time, makita mo na kaagad in this data na meron silang 15% variations or discrepancies. So yung kanilang seed money or budget for the entire 5 weeks is 1,000. Ang planned value ng 40%, kasi ito yung expected schedule nila, dapat in 2 weeks time, 400 lang yung magastos nila. So kung titignan mo yung 500, exceed na sila ng 100. Now, earned value is 25%, kasi natapos nila ay 25% pa lang. So dapat, kung 25 yung performance nila, based on the completion, dapat ito lang ang magastos nila. 250. So kita na natin kagad ay 50% ang kanyang over, no? Kung ang magiging basis natin is yung kanilang earned value. But actual cost is 500. The formula for schedule performance index, no? When you say schedule performance index, this is their efficiency, no? So it's earned value, yung equivalent ng actual work completed, i-convert mo into monetary. So that is actually 25% of the 1,000 is 250 divided by the planned value, and then you'll get 63%. So we're talking about schedule. So 40% yung ating planned value dito. So you'll get 63% earned value against planned value. Pagdating naman sa budget, kanina napakita natin, nasabi natin 50% na yung na-consume nila or yung kanilang variance from what is intended for them to consume. Kaya yung earned value, no, the 250 divided by the actual cost na 500 na consume nila, that's 50%. Ano ang significance nito? If you plotted it in the graph, you will see that they are already in the red mark in terms of schedules. They are delayed. Ang perfect score kasi, it should be 1 or above, higher, para masabi mo that they are efficient pagdating sa schedule. And cost index or cost performance index is also 1, ang perfect score, or higher, no? Para masabi natin very effective and efficient yung use ng budget natin, ng cost natin. So, if you look into the computation, you can immediately dictate na they are behind schedule and over budget. So, gagawin natin ito isa-isa for every functions. We just apply the formula on the Excel format, no? So, we plotted kung ano yung kanilang seed money here, what is allotted to them, the planned value, and then the earned value on the next table. So from there, you place in the actual cost, yan, the save value, okay, schedule value pala, cost value, CPI, and SPI. So yung formula nitong mga ano na ito, mga columns na ito po siya. Okay, so you can have this included in the formula and the Excel, and then just plot everything, and then you'll be able to identify kung ano na yung performance. So from here, meron na rin siyang kumbaga ay criteria or indicator. If it's less than 1, project is behind schedule. But if it's more than 1, project is ahead of schedule. If it's less than 1 sa cost performance index, project is over budget. But if it's more than 1, project is under budget. So, pwedeng gawin siya per function. Okay. So, the best way to do this is to assign it to somebody else. No? I-assign mo na lang doon sa monitoring and evaluation team mo for your project, if you're the project manager. Okay. So, any question about it? So, yun yung sa ano, no, yung sa monitoring, the number side. As I told Chin, isa sa mga least wanted functions ko yon. Yung mag-compute ng performance, pero it's necessary para maintindihan ng ating mga stakeholders kung nasaan tayo in terms of monitoring the execution. Okay.
Ma'am Rose?
Yes, go ahead.
Para ano po, may tatanong lang ako, ma'am. Pero ma'am, di ba ma'am, may mga project din po na pwedeng majority ng budget is nandun sa parang up pace. Parang kahit 20% pa lang siya. Halimbawa, may mga project din po ba sa experience niya na it will require 50% of the budget kahit nasa 20% pa lang siya. Parang hindi naman kailangan nakasabay dun sa percentage yung budget at saka yung accomplishment na. Meron po bang ganun?
That is if you would like to cramp the project, no? Siguro yung sinasabi mo is parang 2 weeks pa lang in terms of schedule, pero you need more than the more budget for it, no? For the performance of the budget. Meaning mali yung planning mo. You want to speed up the project, ika-cramp mo siya. Kaya ngayon, hinihingi mo na yung excess doon sa budget, even if hindi pa siya according to plan. The objective is for you to speed up yung delivery. Now, kung ganun ang magiging case, you need to justify kung sakaling merong ibang nag-handle ng kanilang accounts, no? Lalo na kung halimbawa finance ang magre-release, you need to justify your need why you are taking the higher budget for your project. Kailangan mo namang ma-justify sa kanila, pagka hindi nyo ibinigay sa amin to, we will not be able to do this. No? So the best justification is, we want to deliver early, o di naman kaya ay we wanted to actually make sure that we finish according to time. So, ito yung mga necessary. Ang ginagawa ng iba, per week nila yan. Halimbawa, meron na siyang 1,000 na budget. Ang gagawin nila, per week, ito yung mga activities namin. Sabihin na natin, may 7 activities in first week, 3 activities on second week, third week is mga 2 activities lang. I-distribute nila yung budget based on the different activities. So, maaring ma-assign doon na first week, 30% na ang mako-consume namin, second week, 20%, third week, 10% na lang, ganyan. That is part of the budget planning. No? So, hindi na natin sinama dito yung sa mga budget planning. Kasi ahaba naman yung ating content. Sa fundamentals lang. So, it happens. But it's an indicator that you are not sticking to the original plan. Anyway, the plan is guide naman eh. It's a guide to help you in the execution of your project activities. Was I able to answer your question? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Rose, para po sa konting parang bio break, can we break like 2 minutes lang po para makakaroon din po kayo ng water break din po, ma'am. And then resume po after po mga 11:19. Very, very quick break lang po para doon sa ibang mga kailangan talaga po mag-bio break. At ayaw na nila kayo iwanan, Ma'am Rose.
Okay, sige. Go ahead.
Sige po, we can have our 2 minutes very quick break, bio break po. And then para maka-rest din po si ma'am and maka-water break din po. Sige po, balik tayo ng 11:19 po. Sige po, ayan, paki-open po ang mga cameras natin kung kayo po ay nakabalik na para we can resume our discussion po. Ayan. Konting stretch po para medyo inhale and exhale para po mas maganda ang oxygen flow sa ating mga brain cells para pumasok ang ating mga information. Tama po ba ako doon? Pag mas madaming oxygen sa ating mga brain, hindi naman sobra, mas okay yung ating thinking ability. Ayan. Sige. Sana po nai-enjoy niyo pa po ang ating discussion at kumbaga kasama po namin kayo, walang naiiwan. Before tayo mag-resume doon sa mga diniscuss ni Ma'am, baka may konti kayong question or clarification para bago mag-proceed si Ma'am doon sa next topic is ano po, ma-answer po kung meron man. Ayan. Mukhang wala naman po, Ma'am Rose. Sige po, sana po naka-water break din po kay Ma'am Rose. Back to you po.
Yes. Thank you, Chin. Ayan. Kasi nagkape ako kanina. Ayan, namaos din ako. Thank you sa water break. Okay. So, okay na, no? Nalagpasan na natin. Ano yung mga tools or formulas for monitoring ng project? Usually, we assign that naman sa finance or we assign it to the monitoring and evaluation team pagdating sa ating project management. Okay, ano naman yung causes ng late sa deliverables and bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng over budget? So, technical factors, maaring internal complexity, yung mga ginamit nating mga gamit or equipment, hindi pala tayo updated, no? Or maaring external complexity. Biglang bumagyo, nasira yung equipment natin. Something that occurred and it's not within our grasp, no? Hindi siya natin kayang makontrol. Like what happened yesterday, biglang kumidlat, tinamaan yung ating kuryente. Okay. Human factors ay isa sa gusto kong i-mention, yung multitasking. Mahilig tayo dito yung multitasking. Why is it not advisable to have multitasking sa ating mga project management, no? Okay, so supposed to be, halimbawa, HR functions, we wanted to finish on the first week. Finance function, we wanted to finish on the second week. And then execution, we wanted to finish on the third week. Pag halimbawa, nag-multitask ka, lalo na yung mga project manager, what we do sa mga projects, magre-recruit ka at the same time, minamanage mo yung budget, magpo-procure ka. And then at the same time, merong operations implementation, magra-run ka ng program, no? What happens, no? So ang nangyayari, nadi-distribute nga natin yung ating time, no? So this is the HR, the finance, and then the operations. Pagka dinistribute mo siya and spread out mo yung iyong sarili in terms of the project implementation, instead of finishing early for your HR, no, makikita mo na sa second week na siya magpo-fall, nearing the third week. The same case with finance, no? Nangyayari, imbis na matapos mo siya on the second week, mapupunta na siya hanggang doon sa near the third week. The execution, if you started it early, no, mangyayari din, you'll finish on time, yes, but two functions were already sacrificed, no? Yung dalawang functions na ang magsasacrifice. So, multitasking is good kung halimbawa limited yung workforce mo, but if you can do some delegations, it's better, no? We try to delegate some of our functions or yet still find a specific person who are experts on their areas. Now, pwede naman na after they finish, they can become part of the working team in the execution. Initially, assign mo muna doon sa isang function after they finish, saka mo lang siya i-assign sa ibang function. So yung human factors, not only is the multitasking, pwede mo rin sabihin na yung Parkinson's law, yung talagang sinasagad ng mga tao, yung kanilang deadline, no? Gusto nilang i-spread para wag sila mabigyan ng additional assignment. O di naman kaya baka yung tao mahilig sa cramming, no? Na at the latest, doon na lang siya magtatrabaho. Mas effective siya, no? May mga tao kasing gano'n na kung kailan yung pressured na sila, mas gumagana yung kanilang mga minds, no? But there are some approaches right now in project implementation na kung saan you create small teams, no? Kada function. Kaya ito ngayon ay mangyayari, parang ang magiging organizational chart mo would be like this. Meron kang isang team working on the creatives, one team working on the software, the IT, one team working on the workforce management, and one team working on the development of your product or the services. So, to overcome the multitasking or those delays, pwede kang magkaroon ng project level buffers. When you say project level buffers, you have one team working on some projects, but then when this team finished, they can support now the next team. So kasama na sa schedules nila yon, sa activities nila. So as I mentioned, small dedicated teams, no? May mga short tasks silang tinatapos, but if they finish their task, they can support the most difficult task in your project. That's now a result of the teamwork of all the stakeholders within the project. So that's one way on how we can resolve pagdating yung mga issues of delays in project and possible causes ng mga problems natin in the execution. Okay, so no question so far, no? Merong strategy that we call, this is a project strategy or the team management strategy. We call it the agile workforce or the agile team, no? Yung agile, usually the history started with a software company, software development activities. So I'll cite my experience with my previous company to demonstrate yung agile. Before I was working with Chukiden Software Philippines, what we do is we create products like high-speed laser printer that can print 60 pages per minute. No? Ngayon yata hindi na 60 pages. Kumbaga, times 2 na siya. And it's our company is a Japanese company. Our design projects are first launched sa Japan. 2 years spent or used by Japan before it's marketed internationally. Pagka nagamit na sa Japan, actually, saka pa lang siya ma-market, luma na yun. May mga bago ng projects. Before, what we do, yung teams namin of engineers or software engineers, dinedeploy namin sa NEC, NEC, o di naman kaya ay sa isa pang client namin, yung, I forgot the name of that electronic company siya, starting with E. I forgot the name of that company. So, i-deploy namin sila doon sa electronic company na yon. Initially, ang gagawin nila, work sila on the products, deliver it, and then they will now return to the office sa Chukiden. But what happened is, may mga bumabalik na bugs sa amin. So may mga problems during the use of the technology, pag ginamit na ng kumpanya. Hindi na foresee yun kaagad. Kaya ang nangyari ngayon, na-develop itong Agile Manifesto or Agile Principles kung saan, instead of just working on the project, dun sa product completion, dapat sabay na magtatrabaho yung aming software engineer with the client. Sino yung may demand? For example, sa co-op natin, no? Microfinance, or sabihin na natin yung e-co-op bankers natin. Mag-i-install si Natco IT ng e-co-op bankers sa cooperative. So, tendency is, kung halimbawa hindi agile yung approach, install lang namin yan. Once it's in place, balik na kami sa aming head office. Ngayon, habang ginagamit nyo yung e-co-op bankers, may makikita kayo ng mga problems. Tatawag kayo ngayon sa Natco. Pagtawag nyo sa Natco, nasa field po yung mga staff namin. Ganun po ba? O sige po, kailan po yung soonest possible time na pwede silang bumalik dito sa amin? Nako, baka po sa next week na. So ngayon tendency, magkakaroon, nagko-cause ng dissatisfaction sa aming client. Ngayon, ang ginawa ngayon ng company or ng organization, mabuti pa para wala ng mga ganyang occurrence, sabay na nating isa lang. Habang dinidevelop nyo, tinitest ngayon siya ng customer. So, habang ini-install yung e-bankers, naka-deploy sa inyong co-op yung aming staff, so that every time na may ma-encounter kayo na problema, ma-address na kaagad yung issues. Tapos after developing or installing the product, aalis yung majority, may maiiwan na isa as support, no, for a certain period of time. So bago umalis yung isang yan, dapat functioning well na yung ating software, yung e-coop bankers, doon sa kooperatiba. So ganun yung image or ganun yung ating gustong maging experience ng mga co-ops. So ayan, naka-list dito yung mga naging parang experience that actually lead to the development of this agile approach. Sa software ngayon, software companies ngayon follow the same manifesto for agile software development. You can download this or see this at agilemanifesto.org. Ito ngayon yung parang policy ng mga software developers. So, individuals and interaction during the process implementation and development of the tools, working software over comprehensive documentation. So, habang ginagawa yung software, meron ng kasabay na comprehensive documentation. That is the creation of the manuals. Customer collaboration, if there would be some desired additional specification of the customer, then pwede nang on the spot, there can be a contract negotiation. And then our software engineers are very responsive to the change in the overall plan of the project. So maganda yung kanilang ginawang Agile Principles Manifesto because it ensures the satisfaction of the customers, no? And may guide na sila, they serve as their guide in the Agile Manifesto. Okay, so let's say you wanted to create an agile team, no? You want to apply yung strategy ng agile sa mga projects natin. What you need to have in your team are developers or member na medyo maraming talent or maraming competencies. Kasi they will be doing some cross-functional activities, no? So medyo marami-rami silang mga skills required. And then the members are really committed to the objective of your project, and they are willing to accept directions from the Scrum Master. Okay, so ang maganda sa Agile team is that even if they are not dictated by the Scrum Master ng gagawin doon sa mga let's say sa project, overall project, kapag ka pumalpak ang isang team, ready na kagad yung other teams na tumulong at mag-extend ng kanilang help with other teams. Because everybody in the Scrum or everybody in the team or in the project are very much committed to the output. Another is yung aming team. Example ko, yung team namin sa Land Administration and Management Project. I was assigned as the training specialist 3 of the project. So ang handled ko lang naman is informing the stakeholders of the design of the project, yung land titling that I mentioned yesterday, provide or organize training para sa aming mga workers. So kung may mga competency requirements sila, i-organize ko siya. And then at the same time, ako rin yung mag-facilitate ng monitoring and evaluation meetings ng lahat ng mga members of the team. Other members of our team, bukod sa training specialist, we also have a planning team which is led by the planning officer. And another team naman na more on the cadastral mapping, mga engineers naman who captures the picture of the map using the satellite. Okay, so may mga cadastral experts kami or cadastral engineers. One time, during the planning team, we had this meeting with the regional director, and then yung planning team namin was not able to actually present yung mga original plans clearly and answer the questions raised by the regional director. So what I did is, since I have the materials or the output, the documentation of the monitoring and evaluation, I asked for the approval of the planning officer na ipipresent ko yung result ng monitoring and evaluation. So it's not really part of my role to do the presentation. But since I have the materials, I'm ready to pitch in for the planning team. So after that, after the event, akala nila I was part of the planning team. The truth is, our team is really designed like a Scrum team. Everybody can come in, but of course, magpapaalam din muna kami dun sa Scrum Master namin. So you can do the same with your people, pero ang kailangan mong environment and culture for your team is there's open communication. You allow opportunity for them to express their creativity and where they are good at, a space for their talent to use it, even if it's not their specialization. Yung openness, no, kailangan nandoon sa culture ng ating team. Okay? So, yan, yung sprint, lalo na sa mga nagmamadali na na mga project, no? Kung minsan gagawin nyo is may product backlog ba kayo? Review if there's a product backlog. Okay, may backlog dito. Oh, the other teams, backlog si ganitong team. Can we tap you to help to pitch in para sa team na ito? All sa planning team, can you help in para ma-deliver kagad yung kanilang functions para wag mag-cause ng delays in the project. So ang pinaka-main goal namin is to deliver the service or deliver the product according to the time or according to the project scope, no? So mai-deliver natin kaagad yan. Okay, so from that experience, all of the activities, the learnings are documented. And then at the end of the activities, we review it, we present it to all of the members of the team so that they will also gain satisfaction and accomplishment, a sense of accomplishment when they saw kung ano yung mga pinagdaanan namin. And it's a shared experience. Kaya after the project, iyakan kami because we developed a family already for that project. Okay, so yun yung maganda kung meron kang agile approach in project management. So ayan, as I shared my experiences, ito yung actually mga pino-point out na learnings or benefits by having an agile strategy in project management. It empowers the development team, no? They are independent and at the same time, they are confident na meron namang sasalo sa kanila. They are focused, but they are also some support services coming from the team. Alam mong merong magsusupport sa'yo. And then it creates joint incentives and transparency with the client and helps your organization in actually building the morale of your organization and do the right thing at the right time, no? And build at the right moment. Okay, so yun, ang formula, right thing, right time, no, right people, right members. Okay, so na-i-add ko lang ito, not many are practicing agile approach, no, kahit na nasa software pa rin sila or nasa development field pa rin sila. Of course, there are always some contention against the strategy. But yet still, nakita na yung effectiveness ng approach na yon. And many of the software companies right now are practicing it, no? Kasi not all organizations have competent members of the team na magagaling, multitask talaga or pwedeng i-assign kahit saan. But the people who are in this kind of setup, usually they learn from the experience as well. Yung dala-dala nilang skills na dadagdagan kasi they are exposed to more areas of expertise and knowledge. Any question? So if you will select your method or strategies,
Rose, nakataas po yung kamay ni Sir Jovit at saka ni Ma'am Abel.
Okay, go ahead po. Sige, let's start with Sir Jovit.
Ma'am, tanong ko lang regarding sa Agile kasi may isang seminar ako na napuntan, Project Management in Agile. Ang tinatanong ko is based on your experience, is it our cooperative read on this right now considering na medyo expensive pag i-gather mo yung different specialization, and then alam mo naman sa atin is gusto makatipid, and then gusto jack of all trades, no? Na yung nabanggit mo nga na sa isang tao lang, nasa kanya na lahat. So ano bang prospect natin nito if we introduce them in the cooperative sector?
Meron tayong isang culture na dapat i-break. Yung budget ang madalas nating questions no. So right now hindi pa tayo, we're not yet there, no. But those who can afford, like mga billionaire co-ops, maybe they may think na kaya nilang gawin ito since projects are not permanent, no. So sa ngayon wala pa akong masyadong nakikita. Ma'am Mabel also mentioned, no, not yet, we're not yet there, no.
Kasi on my part, maganda kasi itong, actually, it is a very good approach kasi natitest mo kaagad eh. Kumbaga, hindi mo nadidelay yung satisfaction ng customer, but ang implication kasi nito medyo expensive. Unless otherwise, mag-develop sila ng in-house nila. But it would be difficult for them, no?
You know, pag
So,
in-house, sir, ito ang challenge natin sa co-op. We develop our people, napapirate po sila.
yun ang problema.
Oh, so we need to really improve our compensations and benefit package.
So
Sir,
maganda
siguro-
kasi ito dahil naiiwasan yung yung wastage of resources kasi minsan doon na tayo nag-evaluate, nagte-test after the completion of the project. So minsan binabalikan and then failure ang mangyayari kasi hindi siya hindi siya phase by phase na nate-test mo kaagad yung success ng project.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that that question. Tama si Ma'am Mabel, no? We need to develop the values of our employees, but kasi sometimes what hinders us is the needs of our employees as well. Doon pa lang sa basic needs, minsan hindi natin makater no? Bago tayo makapag-move up sa values. Would you want to add, Ma'am Mabel? Would you want to comment on this?
Percent agree, Ma'am Rose. Opo. Ma'am, dun lang sa kasi for me personally it's very technical on my end, no, the Scrum and the Agile, and there are many more, I'm sure, many more, what do you call this, yung mga bagong tool or methodology in terms of project management. But siguro ang suggestion ko lang, kasi nakita ni Sir Jobit yung value baka on your end, Ma'am Rose, specifically for the KARC, because you're focusing on a quite high level na intervention to the cooperatives, and if we assess that this is very important for the co-ops to learn, baka pwede pong we can have a separate session na intensive in terms of this agile project management and Scrum. Actually, nakaupo lang ako sa session ng asawa ko at narinig ko to. And even there are lots of methodology in managing the organization na baka pwede pong i-consider din nila, Ma'am Rose. But of course, I'm thinking also based on my personal assessment that sabi ko, hindi pa nga natin ma-perfect yung basic. Parang ganun din yung sa akin lang ha. But of course, there are advanced cooperatives and they have resources, they have manpower to really start implementing yung medyo advanced level of doing the task they are regularly doing in the cooperative. But for a majority of the co-op, as I observed, that we need really to be expert on siguro yung basic din, Ma'am Rose, and talagang ako po doon, sabi ko nga ako kailangan kong i-master pa kasi yung yesterday na session natin medyo kailangan ko pa rin step by step na aralin at i-master din po iyon. Yun lang, Ma'am Rose, baka may takers din at interested if you organize, Ma'am Rose, in the KRC session for Agile and Scrum project management approach.
Well taken, Ma'am Mabel. Yan. I agree with you, no? Basic, we need to master that, no? And at the same time, siguro we'll try to get one, parang part of the program development na rin natin for the NATCO Academy. Thank you for your inputs, Ma'am Mabel. Okay, any other comments or question? It's almost 12 na pala, no? It's almost 12. Sige, let's have a discussion. Anyway, kung wala namang question, I'd like to share with you yung video ng Project Management in the Wild. I think you will appreciate this as well kasi may example siya about the Scrum, no, or the Agile Project Management approach. Sige, ipakita lang natin itong video na ito. Wala na bang question? Okay, so can you see the video? Naka-black pa siya?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we'll play this and then we'll go on lunch break.
If you could imagine, here we are 10 years into building a $30 to $60 million science center, and we're finally getting geared up. We've got the partner that we need, and the developer says, guess what? There's another big museum, and we're going to put it right beside you. The Children's Science Center is a local nonprofit organization based here in Northern Virginia. We got started over a decade ago, and our mission is to instill a love of learning in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics among all children in our large community. We had a vision for a world-class science center here in Northern Virginia, and it was all about filling a gap. In 2015, we opened our first interim operating site at Fair Oaks Mall in Fairfax, Virginia. And here at the Children's Science Center Lab, we serve about 50,000 people a year, and we continue to serve our community outside our walls, another 20,000 a year. And we have very significant capacity challenges, and we always knew that we needed a bigger science center for our population here. We serve about 2.5 times the industry average in capacity of visitors in our space. So our great project going forward is building a full-scale science center that will serve children and adults alike, ages 1 to 101. We have a tremendous opportunity. We have been given a donation of land that is north of Dulles Airport on a major highway on Route 28. And here we can build a science center that is both inside and out, because the development that we're building the science center within has 150 acres of natural parkland along a major stream valley. That requires a significant amount of capital and funding from all sources. One of our great challenges had been attracting that strategic partner that we need, and we have found that partner. They are a very large science museum that wants a large presence in Northern Virginia, and it's a great relationship. However, it's one that we have to take care of very carefully. They're still in the process of deciding how much and if they will make a huge investment in this effort, and this is an 8-figure investment, so this is not a small undertaking. We are just beginning to enter our conceptual design phase and building our master plan for what is this building going to look like, what are all the galleries that are going to be within it. And as we're starting that process, we did bump into a bit of a challenge. We sat down with the developer for one of our meetings, and the developer shared that there will be another very large museum that will be right beside us in the development. And the architecture for the renderings that we've seen for this museum are very distracting, very large. It's sort of hard to sell your museum when you have one that looks like a national monument right beside you. And so immediately we were worried, and we didn't feel any better after talking to our partner. They were not happy. They felt like this was a big enough issue that we should consider walking away from this developer. Why would this developer put a big museum like that right beside us? So it was a very tenuous moment, because, by the way, it took us over a decade to get this land. We turned over every rock. We looked in every nook and cranny of Northern Virginia. We talked to every government entity, every developer, and this is it. This is the place. And so walking away is not an easy thing for us to do. The solution started before we reached the challenge. We made a really critical decision during this process to bring in a museum design team that would be very favorable to our major partner. And we used a design firm that they had used for many years, and so there was a lot of trust with that particular design group. It felt like there was no way that we could have any problem or any backlash from our partner with the design that this firm would come up with, because the partners held in such high esteem everything that they had done for them. The other part of the solution was the problem itself, and being able to go back to the developer and say, yes, that's exciting. There's another museum here, and there could be a lot of interesting synergies that happen with the museums once they're open one day. That's wonderful. But we actually have a problem here, and we need your help to solve it. We are not going to be able to get the buy-in from our partner. We're not going to be able to get the buy-in from our funders in the community to build our museum if we look like the ugly stepchild of this big fancy museum. So we need to change something here. So when we approached the developer was very sympathetic to our situation. They did a great job of listening. And between the designer and the developer, we went through a series of iterations at looking at what are other sites in that large development. It's a 500-acre development, so there's a few choices. And we were advertising a museum that would be Science Center inside and out, and so we needed to be closer to the nature trails. We needed a prominent position in that development. Our final solution is really a wonderful solution. We have found a way to optimize our site in the development. We have the large museum on one end, and we have ourselves, and we bookend the retail village of the community. If you can imagine a mall, we're Macy's on one end and they're Bloomingdale's on the other, and we each are anchoring the community at our future home.
Ayan, ang ganda nung case, no? Ang ganda nung example na yan. Parang I can relate with it. Like, you are advertising, we're going to have Cooperative Academy of NATCO in the Philippines, the very first cooperative academy, no? And then suddenly, one of your partners will announce, we built a co-op college. So, ano yung magiging solutions mo? What would be your strategies? Now, what we can do with this video is, one, you can ask what did you learn from the video, or how will you appreciate the video? What are your appreciations from the video? Or what you can do is use it as telling your participants to identify what were the challenges, what were the weaknesses, and then what were the answers or the mitigations they did out of the challenges presented to them. Kasi risk yung pinipresent ng developer. Or you can also ask your participants to give us a similar experience or identify a similar experience and apply what you get from the video. So this will close our morning sessions for today. But before we close it, do you want to share aha moments from the video, or do you still have some questions from the previous subjects and topics that we've discussed? So I'll stop sharing. Ayan. Okay, I'll convert my view into gallery. Baka may mga aha moment, or like what Ma'am Mabel shared kanina, maganda na magkaroon tayo ng agile project management sessions or webinar para madala na natin yung mga co-ops sa ganitong klase ng project management. Okay, so Chin, can you help me facilitate discussions? Baka meron pa tayong 5 minutes. Baka meron mga gustong input from our discussions and presentations.
Sige po, Ma'am Rose. Ma'am, may suggestion din po si Ms. Mabel, so include din daw po yung Six Sigma management strategy if ever po mag-organize tayo ng medyo advanced ba, hindi ko ba naman advanced or level 2 na ganito po, fundamentals of project planning. Si Sir Jovit, Ma'am, is raising his hand po.
Ma'am, sorry, ulit ako. Ganito, yung regarding doon sa Agile, kasi ako na-appreciate ko talaga yon, although it was, I attended that in Ateneo kasi, maganda talaga siya. I think very appropriate din siya sa cooperative in the sense na nakikita ko yung value doon na talagang na-minimize natin yung failure ng project. At saka alam ko yung mga cooperatives natin, daming mga projects na minsan, yan, ulitin ko, doon na natin nalalaman na hindi nagpapatronize yung mga members, which is yun ang pinaka-core market natin yung members, kasi hindi tumutugma doon sa need nila. So, I don't know sa ibang cooperatives ako, pero marami akong napapansin. And then minsan nalulugi ng investment yung cooperative. Kasi hindi napapatronize Nag-create ng product, nag-create ng mga bagong services, but nakakalimutan na yung primary market nila are the members. So, at least kung yung agile yung approach, from time to time kasi matitest ka agad. So, makikita ka agad yung immediate reaction, yung reception members, kung kakagatin ba nila o hindi. Rather than na-develop na yung product, marami ng investment, may mga resources na nagagamit, and then later on, sumada total negative pa yung revenue. So yun lang po, ma'am. Maganda rin yung suggestion ni ma'am kanina. I think the KRC can also consider yung sa agile talaga, project management agile approach. At saka seconded ako doon sa Lean Six Sigma, ma'am. Yan lang po.
Salamat po, Sir Jobit. Dagdag po yan, Sir Jobit, na hindi lang dapat market or para sa members, kundi parang kasama katuon ba yun dun sa mission ninyo na i-uplift yung lives ng mga member ninyo? Sabi ko, isa pang layer ng tanong, may avail nga, yun nga lang, parang lihis na doon sa mission ninyo ng cooperative. Sige po, any more po sa atin? Sige po, babalitaan po namin kayo kung sakaling magka-organize po tayo ng ating mas intensive na tayo. So parang ano ba to? Mas malalim na discussion about dun sa Agile nga po, tsaka sa Six Sigma management. Sige po. Sabi ni Ate Mabel, agree sir, not demand-driven product services, hard and expensive learning. They learn the hard way daw. At least natuto daw, pero the hard way nga lang. Sige po. Meron pa po bang tanong or sharing po doon sa natapos natin para po kung sakali ay ma-process natin bago po tayo mag-lunch break? Mukhang tahimik, nag-iisip, nagmumuni-muni, tulala, iba-iba lang yan. Tulala, overwhelmed na. Hayaan nyo, ito na ang second day natin. Pero mababalita naman kayo kung meron tayong part 2 ng ating theory. Ma'am Rose, mukhang wala na. Pero ikaw, Ma'am Rose, baka meron kang statement before we close the AM session po.
Yeah, I really appreciate yung inputs ng ating mga participants, and thank you for your sharing, Sir Jovit and Ma'am Mabel. You know, the reasons why I included the Agile among other project approaches, project management approach. Kasi I also see and I agree with you na this will be very useful for the cooperatives. And I'm happy that we can start with you from this batch. Na-appreciate ninyo yung Agile project management. So thank you now for the prodding sa amin that we look for. Maybe we'll start preparing for that next webinar, an advanced webinar on the Agile project management. Now, Six Sigma, it's a good idea din kasi it's lean management that we learn from the Japanese. And mukhang wala pa ring appreciation, no, sa Six Sigma pagdating sa ating sector. So let us see, sana makakuha tayo ng enough number of participants so that we can cover the cost of the experts when we run these programs. Yan. That's well taken and noted. Okay, so that's it, Chin. Salamat.
Salamat po, Ma'am Rose. Ayan, so yan na nag-conclude ang ating AM session. May konti lang po akong announcement before we at a break. Una, we are planning po to make a directory list po ninyo po ng mga attendees ng ating TOT on Fundamentals of Project Planning and Management. Let us know kasi we were going to share, sana po ang plan is to share your name, organization, email designation sa bawat isa na i-access po sana sa Canvas ninyo, please let us know, text us po kung hindi kayo komportable to share your name, organization, email, and designation sa bawat isa. So the file will be accessible to everybody po. If ever lang po, let us know kung sakaling hindi kayo komportable na malagay po yung details nyo doon. Ayan. So, advise nila po kami. Pag okay naman po, we will post the information ng bawat participants and will be accessible to everyone, to mga classmates niyo po dito. And ayan, sige po. Ayun, it's 11:59. Ask ko lang po, majority, democratic naman tayo rito. Ask ko lang po, baka lang po yung iba natatagalan sa 1-hour break. Gusto niyo po bang, meron po ba ditong gustong bumalik? Tignan natin ang majority ng bali, imbis na 1, 12:45, kung kaya lang naman po, kung matutunawan naman po kayo doon. Taas nyo lang po yung kamay ninyo, alamin lang natin kung gusto nyo bang bumalik earlier, 12:45, bilangin lang po natin, kahit raise hand lang po dun sa ating reaction, 11:45, ay 11:45, sorry, 12:45, mukhang walang sumuporta sa akin. Hosha, sige, magkita po tayo ng 1, magkita po tayo ng 1 p.m. Mamaya mga 1-hour break po sa atin. Pero be sure to make to be here po 5 minutes before our 1 p.m. See you po. Happy lunch po sa bawat isa. Babalik lang. Salamat Sir Vincent. Ay, Sir Vincent, Sir Joel. St. Vincent ko. Ayan. Naku, mukhang isa pa lang ang kausap ko. Pa-open naman po ng camera kung sakaling nagbabalik loob na po kayo sa ating TOT. Hi, ma'am. Wow, masarap ang ulam ni Ma'am Mary, nararamdaman ko. Masarap po. Pa-type naman ko ng mga ulam ninyo para magkaingitan naman tayo rito. Ano bang lunch ninyo dyan? Pa-type naman po sa ating chat box kung ano mga tinanghalian po ng bawat isa. Ako, budaing na bangus. Sana may sausawan, side dish na mga kamakamatis. Daing na bangus. Yan. Yan yung mga sinasabi ng mga isda pag mamamatay na sila. I'm dying. Binagoongang saus. Ay, tama. Masarap yun nga. Tama. Makabangus nga mamaya. Bagoong isda lang. Bagoong isda sapat na, sir, yan. Basta sa may kamatis, Sir Alvin. Ay, ma'am, yung ulam. Sa'yo yung sausawan. Igado. With white beans, igado. Mga laman loob po bang igado? Ma'am Mary? Mga laman loob. May pagdalo si Ma'am Mary kanina pagpasok. Okay. Value meal. Fried chicken, si Ma'am Charmaine. Wala kamatis lang, sausaw. Oh, ang toroy. Ang lakas naman ni Sir Alvin, no? Bagoong at saka ano lang. Pero sausawan niya ay lechon. Iba din. Ayan. Kami pork steak. Niluto ko kagabi. Pork steak. Pag walang maano, para pag hindi masyadong maanohan ng mga luto, mga ganun-ganun lang. Prito-prito sa toyo-toyo lang, kalamansi. So, ayan. So, medyo kulang pa tayo. May mga nawawalang tupa pa sa ating, sa ating TOT. Nawawala pa mga 9. Ayan. Sige, pa-open naman ang camera natin kung mga nakabalik na, yung may mga camera. At yan. Salamat, salamat. Hello po sa NATCO Networks, dyan sa atin sa Office sa Project 4, kina Miss Raquel, kina Sir William. Mamaya kasama na nila ang mga taga-TESDA. Ayan, hello sa ating mga support dyan sa NATCO Office. Ayan, nagsisi-open na ng camera. May announcement ako habang nag-open kayo ng mga camera ninyo. Currently, meron, since ito ay TOT naman, habang wala pa iba, tsaka nag-announce. Ito naman ay TOT. Currently, mayroong ino-organize ang NATCON, Education Training and Consultancy Group. Sana national trainers, sino-shortlist yung mga na-gather ng mga national trainers ng NATCO. Siyempre, dahil sa dami naman ng mga leaders natin, preferably sana, distributed ang Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Tentative date is September. Ginagather sana yung mga resource speaker ng NATCO para ma-standardize yung mga ating, syempre yung ating mga trainers. Ayan. So sana i-gather siya doon sa National Trainers Pool or training. We have mga courses like Fundamentals of Cooperative Management and Governance, Financial Management, credit management, risk management, project management, human resource management, member relations and development, marketing and sales management, supervisory and leadership skills. So yun yung mga priority topics na parang i-gather natin yung mga resource speaker natin. Kung kayo po ay resource speaker sa mga nabanggit na topic, ang usually criteria na hinahanap natin kasi by invitational pa lang muna yung ating ino-organize. Isa na syempre, co-op practitioner, alam niya yung sa co-op, hindi naman alien sa cooperative yung kanyang background. Co-op practitioner, syempre sana co-op in good standing siya, may mix siya sa NATO. Ang hirap naman kung hindi. Tapos syempre okay din yung standing ng cooperative niya para walk the talk, sabi nga nila. And then, yun po, sana syempre willing to share yung time nila and then willingness to be part of the NATCO National Resource Speakers. So yun, inform niyo po kami or email niyo kami. May mga iba na po kasi by invitational nga lang po. Alamin din namin kung sino yung parang i-recommend din nyo. Currently, syempre may baka pag-usapan pa natin yung costing do sa hatian kung paano. Pero hindi siya totally free. Meron lang siguro subsidy from NATCO. Pero let us know kung sakaling meron kayong mga talents, gems na kailangan pwede natin i-harvest from the federation. Ayan, so yung mga inyong alam ko dito sa atin sa TOT, marami ng potential na kanina. Simula day one, nararamdaman na natin na may mga maraming potential. Yan. Please email us at krc@natco.co para maisama po namin kayo sa shortlist na maimbitihan po na doon sa National Trainers Pool yan. krc@natco.co. So yun yung mga topic na binanggit ko. Tapos advise na rin kami kung anong mga topic para mailagay namin kayo particular yung pangalan ninyo sa topic na yun.
We left kaninang umaga dito sa topic na doon sa video, no? And I shared with you kung paano nyo magagamit yung video para sa ating mga trainings. And actually, there's a slide pala on guidelines on how you can use the videos. For reflection activities, maybe you can ask this question: what challenges did the Children's Science Center Lab face? Then how did they manage the challenges? Or additional insights, what did they learn from the video? So we are now at the last topic, the closure. Ayan, tamang-tama yung oras natin, no? We still have a few hours para sa ating closure ng ating project management. So para ma-maximize natin yung time natin for the discussions and sharings, I'll now continue with the content of this presentation. This topic is already included in the Co-op Leadership Management Program. Kaya kay Ma'am Cherry and those who have attended our training in Co-op LAMP, pasadahan lang natin quickly, okay? So there's this thing that we call learning to do, okay? And there are 3 phases of learning in every activities that we have. Kahit sa project management natin or sa project execution natin, it's good if we keep on reviewing, evaluating the activities, because from there, we can capture the learnings from the activities. So these 3 phases that I've mentioned includes yung learning before doing. Diba, during our planning sessions, we tend to project what would be the different functions and activities that we have in our organization, di ba? From the planning, we realized a lot of things, no? Okay, so there's also the second phase. During the execution of the project, the learning while doing, meron tayo ring mga, kumbaga, ay nakukuhang insights from the challenges that we encountered during the execution of the project. But the final phase, which is the completion or the closure of the project, that's what we call learning after doing. So later, more of the activities will be discussed on this part on how we can capture or how we can utilize the post-mortem evaluation. Okay. So let me check lang. It seems that there's, yes. Mom Cherry shared in the chat box that there's a video that we used for this. It's the US Army, how they practice the learning activities, sessions for the Army. When they do this first, there's these 3 phases of learning to do. Okay, so, but we will not share it here, the US Army video, because it's a material for the Co-op Leadership and Management Program. Salamat, Ma'am Cherry, sa introduction of that. Baka ma-curious sila and they will join us in the Co-op LAMP programs. Okay, so in the learning before doing, these are the 13 steps, no? The 13 steps that we may take para naman ma-maximize natin yung insights gained while we do some planning. No? You define the ultimate results desired, which is the outcome, no? Describing the attractive features of the ultimate results. So ano yung mga, kumbaga, when you say attractive features, yung mga benefits ng ating mga project output and outcome, making hypotheses or best possible strategies, and then preparing pre-feasibility study. I think marami ring gustong magkaroon ng training on this, no? Yung pre-feasibility studies, no? Wala pa rin masyadong co-ops ngayon who are really practicing the feasibility studies before they engage into projects. Kaya maraming nag-fail na projects natin. So, with the pre-feasibility studies, mami-minimize natin yung mga cost loss, time loss natin when we do some projects. Conceptualization, actually, this is the stage which we mentioned earlier kay Sir Jovito, that what you can begin with pagdating sa mga strategies or pagdating sa mga schedules of activities, you can start with the conceptualization. Rendering the concept into detailed design, doing simulations, mock-up models. Ayan, nag-move na siyang mag-isa. Mock-up models. And prototypes, evaluating and critiquing the plans, doing an implementation plan or execution plan, determining resources, resource requirements, preparing comprehensive feasibility studies, contingency planning and risk management, and organizing and preparing and doing the things. Yung ating mga orientation, that's part of the organizing and preparing the doing things, no? So we'll not dwell much on this kasi we're already in the closure topic of the project management. But just a quick view, siguro may mga understanding na tayo of what are needed when we want to establish our process in capturing and documenting the learnings while we begin the plan or the project plan and execute it. Okay, so always be mindful of the key result areas. Kaya we really need to define our objectives and goals, no, para mas ma-define din natin ang mga performance indicators and yung mga results areas natin, no? So I will not expound on this evaluation strategy. These are the strategies we use when we do activities evaluation. We call it activities evaluation. You can use the fishbone, no? So if you are familiar with the fishbone, kaya fishbone siya tinatawag because we draw like a fishbone sa isang line. We write all of the factors na we included or all of the elements that we included in the project. So if it worked, we place it at the top, or if did not work, pwedeng sa ilalim. Others, what they do is they write all of the factors by categories. Kung ano yung mga functions ng departments or of the units. And then they check which of these departments or units are experiencing some challenges in the implementation of their activities. The problem or opportunity tree is you start with the problem muna. Itong problem tree muna, just a description of this strategy. You write in a box, no, the problem that you encountered, and then you break it down into the root causes. Kaya tinawag siya na problem tree. Now, pag binaliktad mo siya, babaliktarin mo, you call that an opportunity 3. Ibig sabihin, you start with, if this problem has been addressed, if you start with that, this problem has been addressed, then what would be the benefit to your organization or to your project, no? So yun yung namang opportunity 3. So there's a lot of readings on this, no? It's easy to Google search it, and then you'll have an explanation for all these activities if you are not yet familiar with these methods that we use in evaluation. Okay, so we use it as guide to evaluate our effectiveness in evaluating our activities. So if you start with the framework of determining organizational competencies, we presented this as well to our management graduates ng Co-op LAMP, no? This is what we call enterprise development framework. We use this enterprise delivery system. We call it enterprise delivery system. We change it to cooperative delivery system. Binago natin yung terminologies when we included it in Co-op LAMP. So at the beginning of the program, you can just write down all of the resources that you needed, the money, the machines, the people, no? And then write down or list down all the tasks involved. But instead of starting in the resources, the task, yun yung kadalasan natin ginagawa, we taught our students to start with the outcomes. Ano yung pinaka-satisfaction level of the users? Ano yung gusto mong ma-accomplish ng project? Then write the outputs, the tangible, measurable key performance indicators, yung mga KPIs, no? Ano yung mga output natin? Start with that, no? Gawin nating right to left ang ating pag-fill up ng form na ito. Then write down the programs, the different sub-projects, no? Pag sinabing programs, it can be the sub-projects. So write it down and break it down into activities, tasks, and resources. So when you break it down, doon mo makikita ngayon yung mga competencies requirement mo, yung mga skills required, knowledge required from your workforce or your project team. And then with regards to the resources, dito mo naman makikita yung iyong capacity, your organizational capacity. So kapag ka merong gaps, when you saw the gaps, then that's the time that you can plan for other sources, looking for other, where you can generate more capital or how you can actually acquire the machineries or people that you need for the project. So by looking at it, if it's platted, then you have now a guide in terms of evaluation. Are all the expectations and requirements fulfilled? If not, and there's still a gap, then you now can design. You can now design another plan so that you'll be able to address the gaps. Okay, so in learning, di ba meron na tayong learning before doing, learning while doing. Now, let's really proceed to the closure, which is learning after doing. Okay, so in learning after doing, we also have these activities of evaluation and documentation. More specifically, ang gusto nating makita is the impact evaluation. So, bakit impact evaluation? Di ba? During the execution, after the execution, you look at the performance evaluation for the efficiency, yung ating tinatawag na schedule performance index and cost performance index. Tinitignan natin, are we within the time or schedules that we predicted, or are we within the budget that we allotted to the project? Now, in impact evaluation, what you would be reviewing are ano yung implications when the project is complete. How did the other stakeholders, particularly the customers or the members, are impacted with the finished product? Kaya we call it impact evaluation. There are two kinds of impact evaluation. You can call it formative and summative. So what do we mean by formative? Yung formative aspect of impact evaluation, you seek to inform decisions with regards to making changes to a program or policy. So, meaning you're not changing the objective of the project, okay? But there are some elements in the project like probably the allotment of the budget or di kaya naman changes in the schedule, okay? And it might result to changes in the policy or the process of your project. So kapag ka ganon, you need the approval of those decision makers, lalo na yung project owner. So we call it formative impact evaluation kasi part pa rin siya ng project execution. Bago mo ma-close talaga yung project, before you reach the final phase of the project, kailangan mabago mo na siya. Kaya tinatawag nating formative impact evaluation. Okay. So, how about summative aspect of impact evaluation? Pag summative aspect naman, the objective is to seeks to inform decisions about whether to continue or discontinue or replicate or scale up an intervention or project. Ibig sabihin, tapos na yung project execution. So tapos na yung project, na-test run na natin, na-prototype na natin, the next decision that you need is to seek the approval of the project lead. Can we now include this in the operations or can we repeat the same project to other branches? Kagaya nga nung naging example natin before in the centralization of the finance for the cooperatives, di ba, we start with first branch and second branch as our prototype. So now, after finding out if it worked for the two prototypes, ang tanong ngayon would be, tutuloy na ba natin ito? Kukuha na ba tayo ng additional prototypes? Or are we going to apply it to all of the other branches? So that's what we call summative aspect. Sa huli na talaga siya. You already have finished the project, that you already gathered all the learnings and experiences. Now you are ready to replicate it or scale it up. So you need now to get the decisions of the project owners. Ayan. So ang difference ng formative at summative is on the objectives na rin, no? This impact evaluation helps our decision makers, no? So ito yung parang pinaka-justification natin so that we can get another set of budget or funding for the scaling up or for additional reinforcement of activities or equipments for our project execution. So, parang nasagot ko na itong question na to, no? Why should it be done, the impact evaluation? Because we need it to decide whether to fund an intervention or next phase of the project. We need it to decide whether or not to continue or expand an intervention or project. We need to learn how to replicate, scale up a pilot, and we need to learn how to successfully adapt a successful intervention to suit another context. No? Okay, so I think that's easy to understand. Ito pa pala, additional doon sa reasons why we need it, no? To show accountability. So when we do impact evaluation, we are reassuring our funders, no? We are reassuring our funders, our donors, and taxpayers, government material pa yata itong nakuha, and taxpayers for upward accountability. Meaning lang, yung pera nila, we are using it wisely and we've budgeted it well to make sure that the project would actually be, would be complete, no, with what is given to us. parang meron tayong accountability over the budget and we know the value of that cost, no? So we also want to show accountability and inform the beneficiaries and the communities na mag-enjoy ng output ng ating project. Okay, so by doing impact evaluation, we can now use it as part of our promotional orientation or promotional materials for the community and the members. Parang mga statement of what they experience, mga patotoo ng mga naunang naka-experience ng ating project. So it will be the benefit. Now you can use it to promote if you're going to expand and scale up your project. Okay, so impact evaluation addresses these concerns. No? Usually, it addresses and answers the overall impact of the project, and then the mode of operations. Ano ba yung process na gagamitin? Ano ba yung mga strategies? It also impacts yung ating nature, no, and distribution alignment, yung mga sources of our what we need in the production. Isa din sigurong magandang idagdag natin, or one of the principles that we can include during the project planning, kanina na-mention natin yung gender, no? Gender sensitivity. We've also mentioned about the diversity and inclusions. Isa pa na maganda nating i-consider is yung ating climate action, no? Lalo na kung products development yan, we are very reliant on the natural resources. So for sustainability of our resources, of our environment, dapat kasama siguro sa ating mga project scoping yung ating climate action. What would be our design to make sure that the environment will be protected as well. So it also will help us align yung impact to the needs of the users, no? So na-discuss din natin a while ago na maganda yung agile project management strategy kasi there's direct communication with the users, and then we can immediately address the needs of our intended beneficiaries. Yan. So another is the influence of other factors on the project. So by doing impact evaluation for our project, no, we can now design some standards or criteria or some process and methodologies that will address the other stakeholders na hindi natin naisama during the project planning. No, kasi when you are now running the project or using it as part of the program of your co-op, tapos na yung project, no, nasa operations na siya, then there would still be some factors that will arise or concerns that will arise when they are already using it, no? Yung actual application. So from there, we can prepare already what to improve on our policies, on our process manuals, and on our deliveries. So far, no question. Okay. So overall impact. We can be guided by these questions for our overall impact. Did it work? Nag-work ba yung project natin? Or your program, did the intervention produce the intended impacts in the short, medium, and long term? And then for whom, in what ways, and in what circumstances did the intervention work? What unintended impacts, positive ba or negative, did the intervention produce? No? So while we're doing our project, at the end of the project, we have these questions to address and answer so that it can be included in the next design or next phase of the project. So in terms of distribution of impact evaluation, we can look at this figure or these questions. No? Are the impacts likely to be sustainable? So let's say the project will run now as part of the operations. Kapag ginamit ba ito ng cooperative, will it be paying for its own operations? For example, the KRC started as a project. So we have this program. But while we are designing the program and prototyping the program, we realized that it should not be given for free, no? Yung mga programs namin. Why? Usually, kapag free, yung value ng programs is, kumbaga, little acknowledgement lang ang nakukuha niya. Parang mababa yung pagka-value doon sa program. But if people will invest on the program, they will spend more time on learning the content of the program. They will really value yung time spent in webinars, discussions, kasi they will miss a lot of things. So the sustainability now of our program in KRC is funded by the tuitions of the participants. It pays for my salary, for the salary of my team, and also for the venues and the platform that we are using right now. Okay, but if we give this for free, let's say we will be reliant with donors, then it will no longer be a unit of our ETCG or the Education, Training, and Consultancy Group. Magiging project na lang KRC. But since we wanted it to roll on itself, it becomes now a unit, but we also have to design business plans and targets so that we can be sustainable in terms of the research and program development for our federation. Another question to guide us with the distribution of impact evaluation, did these impacts reach all intended beneficiaries? We are now at the 13th batch. We're opening now the 13th batch of the Cooperative Leadership and Management Program. The idea or the first target participants are really managers, no? So we started with managers, CEOs, general managers, department managers, and branch managers. But then during the run of the program, we have participants coming from the board of directors and then coming from the second liners, mga supervisors or successors. So we realized that the program should be designed in a way that it will cater both for the leaders and the second liners. So now we are designing programs for the leaders naman that is very similar to the Co-op Leadership and Management Program. But looking at the number of cooperatives that engage with us, I think it's not more than 200 pa nga. Kaunti pa lang yung co-ops who were able to get inside the program. And we have 840 plus members in NADCO network na cooperatives. So in terms of intended beneficiaries, malayo pa yung lalakbayin namin, no? So marami pa kaming gustong i-reach. But at this time, it's already now part of the operations and no longer a project, no? So yan. I just used KRC as our example. Okay, so in terms of influence of other factors on the impacts, you should look at this. How did the intervention work in conjunction with other interventions, programs, or services to achieve outcomes? So, during then the phase of developing the program of Co-op LAMP, mas mabilis kong ma-relate ito sa ating program. We realized that some of the contents of the program are very similar to the trainings that we offer to the cooperatives. The difference is, itong Co-op LAMP modules, you have an immersion, there are case studies, and there are discussions. Unlike the day-to-day trainings, mangyayari is you are just informed. Like what we have right now, I just give you the basic information, the tools, the presentation. Pero pagdating dun sa processing, medyo lesser yung time spent on the processing. And the participants of Co-op LAMP has the tendency, before kasi face-to-face, it runs for 3 weeks, no? Or for almost 3 months. Okay? Hindi pala 3 weeks, 3 months. It runs for 3 months and then 3 days per month, no? Yung ni-spend nila ng face-to-face. They have now the experience, they have now the learning, and then they have to experience it at their cooperative. So when they go back to their co-op, they need to practice it. No? So dadalhin nila sa co-op nila, i-practice nila, then when they go back to the class, yan, meron ulit tayong discussion. So with that, iniba namin yung packaging ng co-op lamp compared to the training that we offer, the 2 days training program that we offer. So if you will notice, with that experience, it changes now yung values of packaging the programs or of bringing it to our intended beneficiaries. Para lang ma-identify ng ating mga beneficiaries kung ano yung difference ng ating long-term programs to those of yung mga information and knowledge-based programs. No? So merong discrepancy, may pagkakaiba, may variability yung ating mga programs. Okay? So what helped or hindered the intervention to achieve these impacts? Okay? So probably, isa rin marirealize ninyo when you are now turning over the program, like doon pa rin ako mag-stick pa rin ako sa aming flagship program na Co-op Lamp, no? When we offer it publicly and it became part of our regular program offerings, there are some cooperatives who cannot afford the cost of the program. And we cannot lower now the program because of yung mga administrative requirements, because of the cost of the resource speaker. Actually, if you get into this program, if it's with Ateneo Graduate School of Business, the 2 years program, kasi bonsai na itong ating co-op lamp, the 2 years program will cost you 350,000 pesos. Now, if you are going to get individual resource speakers coming from Ateneo, you will have to pay, it's a 50,000 pesos per day na resource cost, no? So, by going through it, we just realized na one challenges that we have to address is how can we reach to the small cooperatives, the micro cooperatives. So that's why we are also partnering with TESDA. No? So we wanted to actually use the materials of the Co-op Leadership and Management Program to be integrated in the CMG of the TESDA. Now, TESDA will be our parang resource funding para sa ating mga micro and mini cooperatives. It will be used by the micro and mini cooperatives, yung fund na yon, and they will be part of our scholars. Now, yung impact ngayon ng program to the small and micro cooperatives, so at the beginning of the program, we have to see what is their asset size, their membership size, and then after a year or 2 years, we'll see naman, did they grow? Were they able to use their learnings from the program for the growth and development of their cooperatives? So ito yung mga kailangan nating i-consider when we are now designing the impact evaluation for the closure of the programs. Ayan. So in terms of the use of the impact evaluation on the mode of operations, no? Kasi nga i-document din natin even yung mode of operations, ano ba yung mga lessons learned mo when you were executing the project. These are the guide questions. How did the intervention contribute to intended impacts? What are the particular features of the intervention that made a difference? What variations were there in implementation? What has been the quality of implementation in different size? To what extent are differences in impact explained by variations in implementation? So I'll just answer a few of these questions. No? Like, what were the particular features of the co-op lamp that made a difference? I think what made the difference is the use of the case study, the use of the participative approach or method of teaching, and that we make sure that the participants are varied and coming from different cooperatives. Hindi kasi namin ito talaga ino-offer ng sa isang co-op lang. because we intended that the co-ops will have some sharing, no, of experiences. So learning comes not only from the books or from the content of the materials, but from also the exchanges coming from the different participants, coming from different cooperatives. Okay, so by answering any of these questions, makikita mo na ngayon yung beauty of the project, the beauty of your programs. Yan. So alignment of intended impacts to needs. Okay, so ito kanina laging lumilitaw, no, sa ating mga discussions. Kadalasan hindi nag-a-align talaga yung mga projects with the needs if there's no feasibility studies, if there's no research done properly, or if you're not using an agile approach to management. Tendency is parang nasa-set aside natin yung needs ng ating mga beneficiaries. So the guide question in impact evaluation is, to what extent did the impacts match the needs of the intended beneficiaries? So we'll always refer back to the design of the project plan. No? So what's the objective of the project? What is it for the stakeholders? No? What's in it for them? Okay, so maybe you can do some focus group discussion during impact evaluation. Maybe you can actually invite your first members or customers in a survey, or probably a focus group discussion, or pwede rin namang interviews, no? House-to-house interviews. So it's up to you on how you will gather information and data based on your available resources ng mga workforce mo. Okay, is still in learning after doing, no? The doer wants to determine whether the targets have been reached, underachieved, or exceeded. So parang it's just a wrap up of what we discussed in impact evaluation. Now, how do we go about impact evaluation? Diba during planning, you have to bring on board your teams, the implementors. Tapos you ask them what are their experiences. So pagdating sa scheduling and scoping, you'll have more information and data that you can integrate with the project plan. Now, in impact evaluation, we call this post-mortem review and standards. So you are now establishing the standards after the project, para maging policy and manuals na siya, no? Para ma-turn over natin sa operations. You also need to create a PMRSS team, no? So who would be the members? It should be the major stakeholders of the project, no? Not necessarily the team that you invited in the planning, but the stakeholders who have a say on the project. Like, one, the project owner; two, representative coming from your members or customers; and then three, the managers of the different functions, and probably the sub-project leaders that you've assigned, no? Siyempre kasama pa rin yung project manager. So representation sila ngayon ng iba't ibang team that you have inside the project execution, and at the same time, representative din sila ng iyong intended beneficiary. Okay, so yan create a core group for your post-mortem evaluation. So ito, quickly na lang din tayo. Assess the impact of the project, program, or product, no? So it's easy to understand this kasi na daanan na natin kanina on how to go through with the impact evaluation. Compare the final results with intended results. Okay. Yung output and outcome against the project expectations. Then determine which factors in the inputs or throughputs were most responsible for the outputs and outcomes. Ito na yung, tignan mo na yung mga resources mo in your cooperative delivery system, no? Yung mga resources mo, na-maximize ba siya? Okay. Another step or another task is review your assumptions during the design of the project, no? During the planning for the project. Are some of the assumptions real? Was it present during the project execution? If it's not accurate, then should it be included in the process, or you can go away with that activity? No, pwede mo na ngayong i-decide if you will eliminate it in the system or the process of the implementation. Evaluate the soundness and appropriateness and adequacy of each managerial process, technology, or technical procedure used. Okay, so this has something to do with your process manual. Yung example ni Sir Jovit is dadaan dito, no? So may mga reviewers siya ng kanyang process kapag nag-create na siya ng manual so that they can validate the different steps and stages if you are going to implement it in the operations. Identify the successful interventions made and why they were so. What were the vital ingredients for the successes? How can the successes be repeated in the future? Yan, parang similar rin siya sa mga first questions natin in impact evaluation. Also identify the failed interventions that you committed. Ano yung mga critical factors affecting the failures? Was it internal or was it intrinsic, extrinsic? No? So was it internal, caused inside the members of the team, or was it because of your environment or outside your control group? No? Pag outside your control group, what can you do about it? No? Papaano mo siya mamamanage? What additional factors must be taken into account to avoid the failures? Yung risk management table babalikan natin during post-mortem, no? Tapos, document the performance. Ito, lagi namin nire-remind yung mga co-op that there should be somebody responsible with the documentation of their activities, not only the activities, also with the operations. Kaya kulang-kulang yung mga operations manual ng ibang mga cooperative because there's no one or no person is very good into putting it into writing. No, hindi na isusulat. In NATCO, we have our compliance officers and audit team. So, since we are ISO, maganda rin kasi yung may ISO ko eh. We have this ISO which has something to do in the records management na ISO. Lagi naming minomonitor what are the forms used, what were the process, were we able to practice what we declared as part of our process, ano yung mga tinatawag natin na non-compliance na activities, ini-skip na pala itong process na ito, bakit nandyan pa sa process nyo? So there's somebody who's responsible pagdating doon sa implementation of the standards. Kaya tayo din, when we transfer this, we should identify who would be responsible in the documentation of the project. Yan. So lastly, yung write a manual on how to plan and do things better. So yung mismo palang activities ng project planning natin, dapat gawan na rin siya ng manual para yun na rin yung the same manual that they can use kapag may mga bagong projects na gagamitin or nagagawin pala. Kapag may mga bagong projects na gagawin. So kailangan may manual na rin tayo. Abstract to learnings. During the documentation, syempre ila-library na natin sila, i-archive na natin sila. So you need your information officer o kung sino man yung nagmamanage ng inyong records to write an abstract. It's an introduction or a brief content of what is inside the manuals or the documents. So for us in KRC, since part of our responsibility is to archive and document all the co-op materials in NATCO, not only inside NATCO, but also in the entire network sa ating federation, we need somebody who can write the abstract. So it will be easier for us to retrieve resource materials that can be used as benchmarks and as materials for future training programs. No? So if we're going to document, why not use our own learning and experiences? Kaya nga din, gumagawa kami ng mga case studies. Gumagawa kami ng mga case studies namin based on the cooperatives. We set interview schedules with the co-op, and then we try to look into the experience of the co-op and derive some learnings from their experience. Maaring their case can be a good example for succession program na topic, or it can also be used for operations, no? To get the best practices from their experiences. So yun yung mga ginagawa natin. So part yung abstract writing. So far, is there any question? We're done with the post-mortem team, ano? I don't see any question in the chat box. So tuloy lang din natin what can be done para sa ating mga process documentation. Okay, so here in the process naman, the doer must be careful to select members who are considered competent, fair, and just, and representative of the different project, programs, or product work units to be evaluated. So these are guides naman. Let's say you are going already to document your process. Gagawan mo na siya ng manual. Meron kang central writer, no? Yung tinatawag nating documentation officer. Now, the documentation officer will have to engage those who are involved in the operations para makapture niya objectively kung ano yung mga naging learning experience inside the project. Okay, then team members should be transparent in their objectives and in their evaluation methodologies. Of course, there will be instances like if there's some activities where they failed, they might justify, no, yung at kanilang failure or yung kanilang mga mistakes during the project execution. So you need to find a member of the execution team or somebody na merong say on the execution team na hindi naman subjective, who will not be very defensive so that you can have a more objective inputs for the documentation. Excuse me for a while, I'll just turn off the electric fan. Ayan, nalulunod na ako sa hangin. Okay, so team members should be transparent. They should be able to acknowledge that it is important na i-mention din nila what would be the factors contributing to their mistakes na na-commit during the execution. Tapos na yung project, dapat hindi ka na defensive, no? So may mga ganyan tayong pwedeng i-ano sa kanila, i-call. So in the documentation of the project, there are 8 operating principles. Itong mga ito. Isa-isahin lang natin yung definition. Pero may mga iba't ibang considerations pa, medyo malawak pa ito. Maybe you can read on the materials that we have, or you can source out from the books then na I recommended for your further information, no, on project management. One is urgency, yung first principle. So what is urgency? Impact evaluation must be done right after the project, program, or product is completed or terminated. Kasi kapag may delay, tendency is you forget already what really occurred. Lalo na yung mga you think it's less significant and hindi naman kailangang i-include pa doon sa documentation process. You know, even the minute details should be documented. Kasi yung mga small things na yon can be bigger naman kapag you have another project, the same project, pero hindi masyadong nabigyan ng attention. So memory, one thing you consider, or other things naman din is document losses, no? Or maaring during the execution hindi na itabi yung mga documents or na misplace siya. Tendency pagka meron tayong mga lost documents, hindi siya na ipapasok talaga pagdating sa impact evaluation. Lalo na sa finance, very important pa man din yung mga resibo. Kahit na acknowledgement receipt yan, kailangan nakapasok yan, no? Even the smallest centavos dapat na i-declare. Okay, another principle, dapat yung documentation natin is thorough and comprehensive. The team must study all aspects of the undertaking and determine what are significant and critical. Okay. Third principle, manage professionally, no? Yes, we are project owner. Yes, we are part of the execution group, or we are the project manager. But we wanted to complete the project and transfer the technology to the beneficiaries. So the team must manage the entire process professionally by appointing qualified members and selecting a highly facilitative, objective, and empathetic leader. Okay, so yung mga project managers natin should be able to understand as well the members of the team who are executing the project. Now, when the project is done, you will realize doon sa lessons learned natin during the execution, the efficiency and effectiveness of your people contributes to the success of the project. Others, they will realize na kaya medyo mabagal yung kanilang project development because they employed people who are close to them. Maybe it could be a member of the families, or maybe because they thought that nandyan na, kasama na sa department, kaya siya yung binigyan ko ng responsibilities, o di naman kaya mga friends, no? So yun yung mga in-employ nila. Not really basing it on the competency requirement of the project. Kaya nga tayo, pagdating sa recruitment, we ask, ito madalas itanong sa akin during HR management program training, pagdating po sa recruitment, what will you do or how will you manage yung mga recommendations of the mayor, of those who are in positions? Okay, sinasabi ko na lang palagi sa ating HR, you need to have a policy on recruitment. Dapat well-defined ang criteria mo, ang mga competencies requirement. And even the process of your recruitment is well-defined and clear then. Follow the policy. Implement it to the letter. Kasi if you break it just one time, wala nang ngipin yung iyong policy, no? So your policy is always what you can use as a defense against people who are in power, no? Lalo na nga yung mga medyo mayor yan, ganyan. So, pero how will you actually negate yung inilapit sa'yo? Mayor nga yung lumapit sa'yo. You can tell the mayor exactly that, okay, sir, we will entertain your candidate or the person that you recommended, but he or she will have to go through our process kasi we have a standard process in our recruitment. So kapag pumasa siya, then we can really hire that person. But please be informed as well, sir, baka po kasi may mga, kumbaga, ay highly qualified against the requirements at saka baka hindi naman niya ma-fit or hindi siya fit doon sa aming mga requirements. For instance, part of your requirements is the culture or yung mga competencies, no? Kung hindi naman siya fit doon sa mga requirements, then we cannot absorb the person, no? So you need to raise this to the people. So just an example, kaya ko na-mention yan. So manage professionally. Be inclusive. Ito yung shinare ni Ma'am Nenette, no? The team must include all units involved in the undertaking and those who have been directly or indirectly affected by it. Kaya pagka mag-i-impact evaluation tayo or magdo-document tayo, if you are the documenter, you may need to go down to the rank and file position or the lowest what you think is the lowest function inside the project, no? Just to get inputs from those who are involved in the project, no? Para all areas are seen. So inclusivity. Systematic. The team must evaluate according to the objectives and criteria set. Yan, dapat clear talaga ang KPI. Follow a methodical process of relating causes to their effects and making conclusions on the basis of sound and logical reasoning. Okay, so I don't think I need to express more about or define more what we mean by systematic, no? Kasi part na yan ng ating project design. May mga steps tayo to follow in doing some documentation. Consistent, no? So the team should be consistent in its choice of methodology. Hindi pa iba-iba. You know, if we don't have standards, mahirap yung consistency. Like when we are hiring trainers or speakers, no, may mga kanya-kanya silang style in the delivery of the content of the program. Now, if you want to standardize the content of a program, halimbawa na nga itong project management, if you are going to top speakers, you tell them that maybe your approach may be different, yung strategies of teaching mo may be different, just to engage the participants. But with regards to the content, please stick to this. We are using the cooperative setting so that the participants can relate, no, with the content of the program. Or as much as possible, use the cooperative environment or cooperative sector if you're going to give examples, no, so that the participants will able to relate it to their own organizations, to their own practice. So be consistent, have standards. Documented. The team must document all its work from objective setting to recommendation making. Okay, so with regards to our TOT today, no, I take note of your recommendations. I even thought of adding additional materials to our learning management system. Like what are the principles and considerations that we can add up in planning? Kasi hindi ko siya naipasok sa ating planning module. Like, dapat siguro pasok na nga natin yung mga gender and development or gender sensitivity. Pasok na natin yung diversity and inclusivity, pasok natin. Climate action, pasok na rin natin itong mga principles na ito. So this can be the consideration. So I'm thinking of adding that material on the LMS. Kaya those who, may 27 pa kanina na participants who haven't accepted the invitation. So we encourage you to enroll and get that registration sa LMS natin because the material will be developed as we go on with this training, no? Madadagdagan at madadagdagan pa siya, mag-i-improve pa siya. And your registration on our Canvas is lifetime access already. Just remember to write down your password and your email kasi pag nalimutan po ninyo, we have no way of securing the passwords, no? It's ano na siya, personal data na po yun kasi. Lastly, communicated. Okay, so after closing the project, the results of the impact evaluation should be communicated, lalo-lalo na doon sa mga beneficiaries natin, those who owns the project, and those who are involved in the project. No? So dapat ma-communicate natin. One thing is for them to improve their morale and then to have this sense of accomplishment, yung mga involved sa project. Then the next would be for the beneficiaries to understand fully the benefits and the purpose of those projects na meron tayo, no? And sa project owner din, para makita niya na hindi na sayang yung kanyang capital investment on the project. Okay? So those are the 10 principles, no, with regards to process documentation. Okay, so I think this is just parang a review na lang din of our impact evaluation. Impact analysis is learning after doing, no? It's about measuring the effects and outcomes of our project. So it can serve as a baseline for our future. Kaya ganyan po yung picture natin, no? So what we accomplished is also a baseline or a reference and benchmark for our next generation. lalo na sa ating cooperatives. Yan. So the greater difficulty lies when there are baseline information available, no? So the impact evaluator could use a perceptual approach by asking the target adopters if their condition have improved over time. So ito na yung pag-transfer ng technology. Find a group that has been in a very similar situation. And the impact evaluator must be able to clearly determine that the project, program, or product is the one responsible for the outcomes achieved. So kapag halimbawa ipapasa na natin, meron ng ibang officer na tatanggap nitong responsibilities ng project na ito, you have to level off or level with that person who will be continuing the activities of your output. No? So these are the points that we need to consider when we communicate with them. So we've also captured the checklist. These are the what you need to look into. Meron na tayong tool that you can use as guide. Pagdating po sa mga participants natin, if we're going to run this, maybe you can develop this in an Excel format, no? Ipasok na lang natin sa Excel format. Or pwede din naman sa document na lang or sa docs, Word docs, no? These are the questions that will guide them if to say that the project is complete, no? And we've done what we intended to do. So iti-check lang nila, ititik lang nila if these questions are answered. So let's go through the questions. Have all activities in the project plan has been completed? Check. Okay. Have all work orders been completed? Check. Have all contracts been completed? Contracts, yung kanina work orders. Now, have all outstanding commitments been resolved? Has the client or customer accepted the final product? Are all deliverables completed? Has agreement been reached with the client on the disposition of any remaining deliverables? Have external certifications and authorizations been signed or approved? Ayan, kapag kami mga government requirements, no, like yung halimbawa mayor's permit, business permit, no, or di naman kaya ay sa IPO, no, sa intellectual property offices, no. So yung mga certifications na yon. Kung gusto nyo, i-register nyo pa sa National Books Association of the Philippines if you want. Have all audits been completed and issues are resolved? Have ongoing maintenance procedures been activated? Ayan, may maintenance ka rin ba na naisama? Pagkahalimbawa naman sa finances checklist, ito naman yung sa mga budget, no? Kasi kanina, it's the scope, no? The first one is checklist for the scope. This one, checklist for the finance naman. Have all payments been made to vendors and contractors? Bago ka mag-close, kailangan walang remaining na utang, no? Have all costs been charged to the project? Na-account ba properly lahat ng mga cost natin? Have project accounts have been closed? Ayan, baka may mga accounts payables pa pala tayo. Close na natin yung project tapos may utang pa, no? Have remaining project funds been returned? Okay, so you are effective in utilizing the fund given to you by the donors. Wag mong ipang-lunch yan. Ibalik mo muna sa donors so that the donor will reward you, no? So sometimes naman meron namang mga ganun eh. Merong mga lunch after the project o kaya dinner after the project for those who are involved, no? Parang celebration. So return the excess, okay? For documentation checklist, have project plans and supporting documents been revised to reflect the as-built condition? Have final project reports have been prepared and distributed, no? So hindi lang one copy. You need one for the archive, we need one for the operations, we need one for the project owner, no? Yung mga reports na sinasubmit natin, and one for us, no? As our ready reference. Has the project plan been archived with all supporting data? Have lessons learned been lessons learned been documented, shared with appropriate people, and archived with project plans. Okay. Sa personnel naman, sa workforce, ito yung mga titignan natin. Are all parties aware of the pending closeout? Baka mamaya may pending pa na hindi pa na-deliver. Kaya what we do during the project closure, we have this checklist of all the deliverables, tapos yung mga taong involved. Kapag halimbawa, ito wala pa ito, pwede bang i-pending muna namin yung bayad? Baka naman meron ding penalty clause pagdating sa contract. So kapag ganyan na may delays, nalilimutan natin may penalty clause pala ito. Pwede tayong mag-demand ng return, a portion of the funding, no? Or of the payment. Has effort been recognized and rewarded? Have project personnel been reassigned? Ayan. So sa resources checklist naman, has excess project material been dealt with? O baka may mga sobra, no? Mga scraps na sobra, it can be used by other units or could be used by the same projects, no? Have project facilities, equipment, and other resources been reallocated? Of course, if it's a project, it started as a project, kung hindi siya ito turn into a department or unit, kung program yan, baka pwedeng yung binigay sa atin ng donor can be allocated or transferred to your library, o di naman kaya pwedeng transfer sa operations, who would actually be able be needing those equipments and facilities, no? So reallocate it. Okay, we finished early with the tools and materials that we have. If you have any questions, but bago tayo mag-proceed sa questioning, I want to go through lang the canvas and show you where you will get the materials, no? Okay, so I'll be just sharing the canvas module. Okay, so review lang ng ating LMS. So kikita na ba natin yung canvas natin? Ayan, may nadagdag. 26 na lang. 26 na lang po ang hindi pa nag-a-accept. Okay, so kapag may pending po, meaning the invitation hasn't been accepted. Otherwise, inform us kung hindi nyo makita yung invitation. So we can resend the invitation. Pagdating naman po sa ating modules content, okay, you should see all these modules. It's published na. The guide to NATCO's learning platform. So may mga tutorials po dyan, videos, how to navigate the Canvas platform, how you can create a profile, and platform tutorial. And then there's also introduction about the program, about the content of project planning, online module overview, yung mga frequently asked questions, at saka yung end of online module information. We have
Rose, dagdag lang po.
Yes.
Ito pong view na nakikita niyo po ay per admin view. Sa inyo po ay mas makonti yung options para hindi kayo mas malilito. Mas makonti po yung nasa gilid, yung dashboard po. Kapag sa student.
Sige, student view natin para
Thank you, ma'am.
What I am seeing is the same with what they will see when they accepted the invitation.
Salamat po.
Ayan. Okay, so now naka-student view na tayo. Okay, so what you will see on your canvas is the home. When you click on the home, mapupunta po kayo doon sa welcome. Okay, so sa welcome, you will see this. Okay, ito yung ating sa simula, at the beginning of the course. Meron yung NATCO LMS tutorial, yung sa first set of modules po ito. Program overview, yung na-mention ko kanina. And then, pwede rin naman kayong mag-proceed sa start on module 1. Okay? May 4 modules tayo. You can just click on the modules if you want to see the complete modules. Okay, so sa 4 modules natin, aside for the LMS tutorial and introduction, nandito po yung sa ating project planning, the definition, the stakeholders profiling, Nandyan yung mga tools na included. So what is project, definition, the project life cycle, and then meron din naman pong note ng end of module 1. So pwede kayo na halimbawa, you ended module 1, okay, nasa end of module 1 tayo, tapos napagod na kayo, you can leave, and then you can continue na lang some other day, click on the modules, and proceed to module 2. Ayan, sa project planning. So click on the purpose of project plan for the beginning of module 2. Meron po tayo ditong mga included din na mga topics. So isa lang gusto kong ipakita sa inyo is make sure that you also go through the different tabs. Like dito sa making changes on project plan, yung first na makikita nyo is an explanation of this slide, how you can reduce the scope. If you click on tips on reducing project timeline, nandito po yung videos nung sinabi kong mga available videos that you can play during training. And then ito yung pinanood po natin na MS project for beginners na video kanina. And then how to prepare Gantt charts, no? So ganyan, may mga ganito pong feature yung LMS natin. So the third module covers the execution. So inside the execution, nandiyan yung project risk, no? Nandiyan yung iba't iba nating risk management tools, planning for ambiguity, etc. Nandiyan na po siya. Sa project implementation and evaluation, nandito na rin po yung topic 5, yung sa closure, no po? And then wala pa po dito yung link on the downloadables, but you'll find it here under module 4, yung recording, and then the PowerPoint presentations with the scripts inside the PowerPoint presentation. So pag dinownload nyo yung PowerPoint, kung ano yung ginagamit ko ngayon na material, it will be the same material that you will get. Pwede nyo po siyang i-revise. Our request is that you use this for your cooperatives, but if you're going to run a project planning training, no, na parang it will be a public training, please acknowledge NATCO network, or please inform us then, no, so that we can actually manage as well yung mga ating resources for the cooperative network natin sa ating NATCO network. Okay, so ang purpose kasi talaga ng ating TOT is for the use of the cooperatives in improving the competencies of their members and employees. So that is our intent. Okay, so thank you everyone. Do you have any question? I'll stop the sharing here. Baka meron tayong gustong i-bring up na hindi natin na-cover, but we may be able to discuss at with the 10 minutes remaining. Or baka meron kayong gustong i-share pa. Yes, go ahead, Sir Jovit. Go ahead po.
Ma'am, actually ito ano lang, parang just ano lang yun, may nabanggit ka kasi kanina na you still have around 600 cooperative na hindi pa nakapag-enforce sa LAMP program niyo, di ba?
Yes, sir.
200 pala yung coverage. And then, pangalawa, mukhang malaki yung demand side compared sa, kasi kayo lang yata ang gumagawa ng ganito eh. Sa alam ko, ano yan, kasi matagal na rin ako naghahanap talaga ng mga trainings na nakafocus sa cooperatives. But ngayon, na-discover ko, kaya it seems that most of your training later on, sasali ako. Now, for information lang ma'am, wala ba sa plano ninyo ma'am to stop the, like for example, magkaroon tayo na ano yung i-stop natin yung CHED o maglalapit tayo sa CHED para i-offer yung BS Cooperative Management sa sa colleges. Wala ba yan sa plano niyo yung BS Cooperative? Kasi ngayon, kung titingnan mo, ang dami ng cooperative all over the Philippines. But if you try to look at it, walang bibihira, I don't know kung ang alam ko may masteral degree sa UPLB na cooperative management. But dito sa area namin, wala akong nakikita nag-offer ng BS Cooperative Management. Ito kung tiniconsider ninyo yan. Kasi i-share ko lang yung experience namin dito sa San Jose Recoletos. Just like yung sa real estate mga brokers. Okay? Sector ito sila, yung mga realtor. May Republic Act na lumabas sa kanila na hindi ka na pwede mag-agent pag hindi ka graduate or hindi ka license. Ang ginawa nila, ma'am, is nakipag-tie up sila sa San Jose Recoletos for their master's degree, Master in Management, Major in Real Estate Management. Kasi isa rin ako na faculty doon. And then pangalawa, nag-offer na rin sila ng BS Real Estate Management. And then just for additional information, nasa CHED na rin yung CMO number 17 number 17 2007 17 na series. Naging elective na ang cooperative management at cooperative marketing na subject doon sa BSBA Major in Financial Management at BSBA Major in Marketing Management. So baka pwede nating ma-explore yon para at least magkaroon, kasi nabanggit mo yung professionalization. I think yun ang paraan para magkaroon ng supply yung human resource natin para sa mga cooperative sector. Yun lang po.
Thank you very much. No, that's an assurance for us because we're trying to go there, sir. Actually, we have some activities right now. We're trying to partner with schools pagdating sa, dati kasi we were partnering with University of Makati. Unfortunately, yung kausap namin na VP sa University of Makati died. Nagpahinga. And then suddenly nag-pandemic pa. So na-curtail yung master studies that can be offered to all cooperatives. Tapos, with regards naman po doon sa Co-op Lang program, the reasons why we are partnering as well with TESDA, kasi meron pong program ang TESDA, which is the Cooperative Management and Development. Ang content po niya is actually similar to the contents of the Co-op Leadership and Management Program, plus some of the compliance training ng ating CDA, Cooperative Development Authority. So, if we'll get approved as TVI, we can run the CMD to our micro and small-sized cooperatives. Ito yung magiging counterpart. So, that's our beginning right now. We're partnering with TESDA. Then, later on, we are looking at getting parang franchiser, some programs from other school universities. Because we wanted to build really the Cooperative Academy of NATCO. So, ang start lang natin sa Co-op Academy of NATCO or CAN is we started with the e-learning. Kasi blended na po yan. Blended na po yung ating approach into teaching and professionalizing our cooperators. At yung ating pong e-learning is it already served as archive for all the courses available under NATCO, yung mga modules natin. So yun po yung mga first steps namin. Now, Chin mentioned earlier about the national trainers, training of trainers for NATCO's national trainers. We're also building the faculty, the pool of faculty for NATCO. That's why we're going to have this training of trainers for national trainers. Then this is a face-to-face with Zoom or webinar na rin for some other part. Kasi yung face-to-face, just to be secured at hindi masyadong magkaroon ng, pataas pa rin yung ating mga COVID cases ngayon, 3 days lang, i-minimize natin on 3 days. Then the rest of the training, the content, lalo na yung mga content training for the trainers will be done through Zoom, through webinar. So blended po yung magiging training natin. So thank you for your input, sir, your question. CHED is medyo malayo pa po kami dyan, but what we can do para makadikit kami dyan, kasi ang ina-approve po ng CHED are universities and colleges. So kapag meron po kaming course, like PUP already have a course for cooperative, they can register to CHED. Tapos may number of graduates din po on the courses na requirement ang CHED. Dahil higher education po yan, tinitignan po nila ilang classes na yung naran, ano yung standard curriculum na available, tinitignan po nila yon bago po sila ma-register sa CHED. But since we're not actually an academic institution yet, kaya parang yun ang ilan pa sa mga kailangan pa naming i-fulfill at i-develop. Ayan po. So, thank you for that, sir. Maybe you can help us with this already, no? Kaya nga sabi ni Ma'am
Actually,
Mabel.
nasa ano na nila, ma'am, nasa CHED Memorandum Circular 17/2017, gusto nyo tingnan, part na ng elective sa mga BSBA students, pwede silang kumuha ng cooperative management at saka cooperative marketing na ano sa subject. So I think hindi kasi kung i-address natin yung yung professionalism ng cooperative kahit na yung mga maliliit, they can hire later on yung mga graduates ng BS degree in cooperative management and marketing, cooperative management in general na lang, parang ganun.
Thank you, sir, for
Kasi
that.
medyo malaki na rin yung malaki na rin yung market ng cooperative eh. Yung employment
sir.
opportunities kumbaga, talagang malaki na rin siya.
Malaki na rin, sir. We'll take note of that information, sir, kasi baka nga meron silang program certification. Baka at least kahit program certification, pwedeng simulan na namin para magkaroon na kami ng tie with the CHED. Kasi yung earlier na
Kasi naisip ko,
arrangement namin, hindi
kung
kami
sino yung mag-advocate na ipapasok sana magagawin isang degree yung cooperative management, I think NATCO is in the best position to lobby for that. Kasi malaki na yung organization ninyo compared sa mga ibang Kasi nagawa yun ng ng realtor, yung mga realtors, mga real estate brokers. They were able to do that na nag-offer na yung mga ibang schools ng BS Real Estate Management. Kasi gusto rin nila i-professionalize yung sector nila.
And how I wish our leaders are here para mabilis nang mag-communicate nito, no? So I also want that to happen, sir. Pero nasa lang ako. Ako yun doon sa may high interest but low power. Sa ating stakeholders profile. Okay, thank you, sir. Well noted po. It's recorded. Sir Jovit will keep in touch with you.
Ma'am Rose, meron din comment si Ma'am Cherry, sabi niya sana din daw merong follow-up training for the co-op land graduates or mga CCM para continuous daw po yung development.
Okay, Ma'am Cherry, with that being said, we are now bringing in the Leadership Bootcamp from ACU, Asian Confederation of Credit Union. So, antabay lang po tayo sa schedule kasi we are starting it for our staff in NATCO. We have it scheduled sa staff namin on October, first week of October. And then after that, we will roll it to our cooperators. And we also have, may announcement na rin si Ma'am Mabel, the DE, the Development Education, from ACU. Pwede po kayo ditong mag-apply, ma'am. And this is, yung susunod na DE will be face-to-face. Classmate tayo, Ma'am Cherry. If you would want to enroll there, Ma'am Mabel can actually send to you the invitation when it's available. Baka by November po ito of this year. Pero po siya, sa Thailand gagawin. May mga announcement na, no? Hindi pa nakaka-publish ina-announce na natin. Thank you, Ma'am Cherry. Anyone else? Sir Jovit, baka gusto mo ring mag-join doon sa development education.
Tingnan natin kasi nasa rin magpapasok na kayo sa LGU ngayon September.
Okay. Sige.
Pero sige lang kasi yung commitment ko naman sa cooperative. Ganito kasi ginagawa ko, share ko lang mama. I've been family business consultant dito sa Cebu since 2014. Yung market ko talaga yung mga family business. So pinoprofessionalize ko sila, nagiging functional yung mga boards nila. And then para alam mo naman yung unionism, medyo malakas yung unionism. What I did is nag-organize yung mga empleyado nila in-organize into cooperative. Para ma-shield sila into unionism para hindi mapasukan ng union. So yung cooperative, yun ang ginagawa kong part nung consultancy ko na in-organize yung employees co-op nila. So far maganda naman yung result. Part yun ng service ko as family business consultant. Hanggang ngayon may client ako na ganun ang ginagawa ko.
Yes, sir. So,
Yun ang-
yes, sir. After that, sir, pagka na-organize mo sila as co-op, please refer them to NATCO para maging members din po sila ng NATCO.
Yeah.
And we'll furnish the professionalization programs or yung education na hindi mo na kayang i-handle, di ba?
Sa ngayon kasi, ano pa ako kang baby pa yung mga iba, pinapaano pa lang muna. Kasi mga employees, cooperative muna sila, naka-close muna sila within the company. But maybe pag medyo mature na, din pwede na silang mag-open into
Thank
other membership. Yun lang.
Salamat.
Doon ko kinoconnect yung cooperative. Kaya gusto kong laliman yung knowledge ko about cooperative kasi mas maganda kasi yung mas malalim yung alam mo And then through NATCO dito nga sa ano ninyo at least na dadagdagan yung knowledge ko about cooperative movement.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Ayan. Member din naman kayo, sir, ng LAMAC So you are one of our, talagang members of our
Tatlong
network.
cooperative po yung membership ko man, yung First Community Cooperative sa Cagayan de Oro at saka dito sa Cebu din. Yung sa Xavier University Multipurpose Co-op. I think all of them are member of Co-op NATCO.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yun.
Sa PICO, I don't know if PICO is our member. It's in the other federation, sir. PFC.
No.
Yeah.
Kasi sa Cagayan sila, sa Xavier kasi yan sila nag-originate.
Yes po.
Cagayan de Oro.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Jovit. Ayan. So anyone else who'd like to share or comment or ask question? Tahimik na, Chin.
Sabi nga nang namayapang si Susan, wag mahihiyang magtanong. Ayan. So baka may question po kayo or clarification? Miss Mabel, ano po yung tinype mo? Gusto mo mag-share, Miss Mabel?
No, Chin, sorry. Thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. What do you call this? Punong-puno, no? And I hope we have that enough time to digest, process, and somehow implement, no? Yung aming mga learnings. But sabi nga ni Ma'am kanina, it's important also to reinforce yung mga takeaways and training gains namin for 2 days, as we implement bits by bits, hindi naman in full kasi baka ma-shock din kami. So thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. Chin, I would just like to share kasi related to also doon sa nabanggit natin na project planning, and it could also be related to yung mga negosyo na ginagawa ng ating mga members. If you are interested, our unit, also the Gender and Development and Women Enterprise Unit of NATCO, under the ETCG, kasama ko po sila Ma'am Rose sa aming group. Meron po kaming libreng, this is a free webinar na in partnership with Startup Village. So iniimbitahan po ang bawat isa and all your members na currently may negosyo or may planong magnegosyo to please do join us this coming July 28 to 29. Ayan, libre po ito. Wala pong limit na participants as long as you make yourselves and themselves available, no, during this time to participate in this particular activity. So yun lang po, Chin. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ma'am Rose.
Salamat po. Wala daw limit yung participants, wag lang matutulog. Basta kailangan gising, yun ang requirement. Ayan, baka meron pa pong question, idadaglag clarification, sabi nga po ni Ma'am Rose, comments do sa ating 2 araw na pinagsamahan. Thank God, wala tayo ngayong masyadong technical issues. Wala na po ba? Si Ma'am Oma, Ma'am Norma, may nararamdaman ka ba, Ma'am, ngayon na Miss Mel, si Ma'am. Ayan, sige po, since mukhang Ma'am, meron ka sabihin, Ma'am, sige Ma'am, go.
Okay lang. Thank you, Ma'am Rose. Napakaganda ng iyong knowledge na share sa atin.
Salamat po. Salamat din kay Ma'am Nanette. Si Ma'am Nanette nag-comment din, Chin.
Si Ma'am Ninette po. Sige po. Sabi ni Ma'am Ninette, thank you so much for the live and rich discussion. We are excited to implement these concepts in our cooperatives. Ayan. Tapos si Ma'am Flor din, sabi niya, thank you so much for this productive learning and engagement. Ayan. Si Ma'am Cherry, galing, daming learnings. Thank you, Ma'am Rose. Uy, pati ako pinasalamatan. Grabe, Ma'am. Tsaka si Miss Daphne, ayan. Sabi rin ni Ma'am Nipa, salamat daw po, Ma'am Rose, for the 2 days productive learnings. Mukhang wala ng mga question, mukhang mga pasasalamat. Salamat din, Sir Alvin. Gusto namin magpasalamat po sa inyo for attending the TOT on Fundamentals of Project Planning. Salamat po sa 2 days natin pinagsamahan, for being so cooperative po, patience ninyo nung nagkaroon ng technical difficulty. Mercy nyo rin po, syempre. Tsaka sa pag-open nyo ng camera, joke lang, wala nang nag-open ng camera, biro lang. Yung iba lang, yung pinapasalamatan ko. Yung iba, alam nyo na. Ayan, at this point, I am encouraging everyone. Ma'am Rose, unless meron ka pang bilin, to open your cameras po habang may last word tayo from Ma'am Rose. Sige po, open natin ang camera. Ma'am Rose?
Okay, salamat ng marami for joining this TOT on project management. I think this will be the last time that we will handle the project management training because we will turning this over to our training unit. So yung mga next invitations about the TOT on project management, antabayanan na lang, but the unit that would be handling it is the training unit. And also for our participants here, we will get in touch with you because as we've mentioned, we wanted to include you in our pool of trainers. And of course, hindi naman free yon. So don't worry, we have professional fee naman para sa ating mga resource speakers. So again, thank you for your time that you've invested on this, and we hope you will be able to roll it effectively sa ating mga kanya-kanyang respective cooperatives. Salamat ng marami po.
Salamat, Ma'am Rose. Paalala, you're inviting po for, you are invited po or na-invite na namin sa inyo, yung sa email niyo, bagulo po. Yung sa Canvas account po, sana po paki-accept do sa email po ninyo yung invitation para sabi nga ni Ma'am Rose, ma-access niyo po yung mga materials, the tools, the videos, and also hopefully this week and the recording of the 2-day sessions po para mabalik-balikan nyo kada gabi talaga yung sessions natin para masteral na kayo ng TOT and Fundamentals of Project Planning and Management. Yan, sige po, buksan po natin ating mga camera. Pag wala po sa inbox, malamang nasa scam tuloy na spam. Nasa spam po ninyo kung ano sinasabi ko. Sige, may mga inaantay tayo. Yan po ang itsura ni Miss Mabel, yung mga nagpa-participate simula day 1. Ayan. Sige po, inaantay na po natin yung ibang si Ma'am Mary at saka si Sir Juanchito sa first page natin. Okay? Sige, Mama. Bukas na po kayo ng camera. Sabihin nyo lang po sa akin kung kaya today, makapagbukas para makapag-picture na po tayo. Sige, first page tayo muna. Smile. Tingin po sa camera. 1, 2, 3. Ayan. May dalawahan pa ang kambal si Sir Arnold at saka yung kasama. Yung second page po. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ayan. Sige po. Announcement lang po. Nakasmile. Nakasmile kahit naka-close yung camera, di ba? It's that thought that counts, di ba? Announcement po tayo, yung pong e-certificate will be emailed to you. Abangan nyo po yan, kung di man this week, baka next week po dumating po sa mga email nyo. Kung may mga mali pong pangalan or spelling, kasalanan nyo po yan, baka mali po yung nilagay yung pangalan ninyo. Hindi po, sabihin nyo lang po sa amin kung may mali doon sa mga spelling, details po na inyong certificate para po ma-change natin. And also we have, visit nyo po yung Facebook page ng NATCO Knowledge Resource Center. Paki-like po, paki-follow po para pag may mga pre-webinar, updated po kayo kaagad. Meron tayong nakaschedule na pre-webinar sa August at saka pabalik din po sa inyo since mga TOT ito. Pwede rin po tayo mag-organize, kayo po yung speaker natin ng mga webinar. I-email nyo lang po kami sa trc@natco.coop. Siyempre pre-webinar muna tayo ngayon tapos sa mga susunod na lang yung ating mga talagang pangmalakasan na webinar. Usually ang pre-webinar po mag-range po yan ng mga 1 to 2 hours. Baka gusto niyo rin po mag-share ng inyong wisdom and knowledge po sa mga co-op sector, pwede po tayo mag-organize. Kayo po yung resource speaker natin. So, sharing of knowledge lang po tayo. Email na lang po kami sa krc@natco.coop. Yung topic po, topic of your choice, basta mapag-usapan natin na beneficial po sa cooperative, as organization, or sa mga leaders or staff. Kasi yung iba hindi naman talaga nila papadala ng mga paid trainings. Tayo, maswerte tayo na nakapapadala tayo sa mga paid trainings. So yun po, baka you're interested din po to give your time and your expertise po through the free webinar po. Ayan, may announcement po ako at the same, ngayon po, kung happy naman po kayo, kindly fill up our evaluation sheet. Ayan po yung evaluation link. Click nyo lang po yan, tapos i-redirect nyo po kayo doon sa evaluation. Kindly nakalagay doon, very satisfied, neutral lang, tapos baka galit na kayo, ganon. Yun, so paki-rate naman ng ating today. Andyan yung topic, andyan din yung ating resource speaker rating para kay Ma'am Rose na talagang kahit brand out, nakita nyo naman, lahat gagawin para lang makapag-resource speaker sa atin. Tsaka, Ma'am Rose, thank you so much sa lahat ng materials. Sabi nga namin, Ma'am, ibibigay mo itong materials. Sabi niya, oo, para ma-roll out. So, salamat, Ma'am, sa pagiging generous sa pagbibigay ng mga materials na na-develop mo o na-research mo sa mga panahon. Ayan po, huwag niyo pong kakalimutan to click our evaluation link. Sana po lahat tayo makaklik ng evaluation link at maka-fill up po. Don't forget to send submit po Ayan. Siyempre kung bibigyan nyo kami ng mataas na rating, maraming salamat. Thank you so much, Ms. Daphne. Next naman po, nagpo-promote na Anchoring ang tawag, sabi nga ni Ma'am Rose, anchoring. May influensya na. Ayan, if you want to have your course or design your own learning experience and gain valuable knowledge po by attending self-paced courses, please visit the web.coopacademy.natco.coop para po sa mga self-paced, para sa mga walang time na ganito, na uupo kayo sa talagang oras, pero kailangan nyo ng mga compliance training. We have available 2 courses, pero kasi may ibang courses pa na compliance, ina-update pa lang po. So abangan nyo po yung pagbuo ng lahat ng compliance training through self-paced para makaka-attend sila sa sarili nilang time at saka comfort nila. So visit nyo po web.coopacademy.natco.coop. Next po is, iniimbitahan po namin kayo to attend or baka may ipapa-attend po kayo sa Strategic Human Resource Management Program. Hindi po ito SHREM, HRMP po. Baka yung mga inyong HR manager, personal practitioner na you want na matrain. 5 araw po ito. Katulad din po ito si Ma'am Rose ang ating resource. Kaya marami rin po siyang mga materials na ibibigay from her 22 years of experience as human resource. So marami mga, ano ba yung mga Ma'am Rose, yung mga performance monitoring? Sige, Ma'am Rose.
We have mga tools from recruitment to employee management, mga contracts, templates that you can customize and use it for your own HR.
Ito po yung registration link ng Strategic Human Resource Management Program kapag interesado po kayo. Don't worry, makikita nyo rin po lahat yan doon sa ating Facebook page na NATCO Knowledge Resource Center kung ma-close man natin itong Zoom later. Ayan. At kanina pinag-uusapan, we have the Cooperative Leadership and Management Program. Batch 13. Ayan. So, maswerteng 13, lucky 13. Baka you wanted to be part, both internal to, umaattend din po ang mga NATCO staff dito at saka po yung mga leaders natin sa Co-op Batch 13. Sir Arnold, baka may mga papa-attend ka. Batch 13 na ito. Tulad na banggit ni Ma'am, ito ay dinesign talaga sa mga co-op managers, leaders. Holistic yung approach niya. 10 module from cooperative foundation to whole brain. Naka-anchor din po ang Co-op sa whole brain management and leadership styles. We have internal assessment, external assessment. We have the cooperative operation human resource. Meron din tayong co-op finance, co-op marketing, sa marketing po. And we have the organizational diagnosis or OD. At meron din po tayong strategic planning at saka po yung ating module 10 is the self-mastery. Baka po you wanted na mag-invest sa inyong mga staff, attend po natin ng Cooperative Leadership and Management Program. Ayan. So, nabanggit ko na may pre-webinar tayo sa August. Abangan niyo po yun. Baka may mga staff din po kayo na gusto niyong ipa-attend. May maximum lang tayong participant. Pasensya na. Unlike Miss Mabel, meron tayong 100 participants. So, first come, first serve. Huwag nyo naman damugin yung isang event kasi baka naman ang lakas baka in-house lahat ng pina-attend. Pero i-distribute naman. So, try natin mag-maximum na mga siguro enough number para mas maraming cooperative na maka-attend sa ating mga free webinar. Tapos seryoso po ako ha, baka gusto niyo din po mag-resource speaker natin, organize tayo. So email lang po kayo at krc@natco.coop. Next. Ayan, we have the Learning Marathon. Yan. Learning Marathon, Financial Literacy plus Enterprise Development and Management and Climate Change. So August 30 naman po yan. Baka you want to attend the webinar and the Learning Marathon. Ayan po. So yun lang po. Don't forget to answer the evaluation. Sana po lahat nakapag-evaluation na. At kung meron man pong problema doon sa access sa Canvas, i-email nyo lang po kami sa krc@natco.coop. Yung cellphone number ko po, yun po yung ginamit ko pang text po sa inyo kung sakaling natatamad na kayo mag-email, gusto nyo text na lang ko pa paano i-open. I-assist ko po kayo, wag lang pong Sabado at Linggo. Hindi, basta i-text nyo lang po kami para po ma-assist namin kayo ma-access po yung Canvas o yung Learning Management System. Yun lang po, maraming salamat po sa lahat. Good afternoon po and see you po sa mga susunod na events natin dito sa atin sa NATCO. Salamat po!
Sorry, darling, you know without you I'm so lonely. When you're not here now, I'm calling into your heat again. I'm driving, darling, you.
Ma'am Cherry.
Kanin sa Thailand, mahal yata yun. Si Ma'am
may
Rose talaga eh.
Ma'am Mabel, nandiyan ka pa ba, Ma'am Mabel? Papa-email natin kay Miss Mabel, ma'am. May early bird yan sa Thailand, ma'am. Pa-email natin. Yung assignment ko yun, Ma'am Cherry. Pa-email natin kay Miss Mabel.
Chin, gusto ko rin umattend doon.
Sa DE, Ma'am, Development Educator.
Sa Thailand,
Sige, sabihin natin kay Ma'am Cherry tsaka kay Ma'am kay Ma'am Mabel para mapasendan po sa inyo. Sige po. Assignment
Si
po
Ma'am
namin
Rose
yan.
pa kaklase namin, ibang level na si Ma'am Rose.
Ay, hindi.
Oo, nako, nambubuli yan si Ma'am Rose bilang classmate niya. Hindi, bilang
Wala masaya. Kita-kita
Sige,
tayo
ma'am.
doon, Ma'am Cherry.
yan. Tsaka yung leader, transformative leadership na Ma'am Rose.
Yes.
Sige po. Hintayin na lang namin email.
Ma'am Rose. Ma'am Rose, graduate ako sa University of Asia. Advanced Cooperative Management. Kami yung second batch.
Talaga, Ma'am? Wow. Pwede ka naming resource speaker pala, Ma'am.
Ma'am, nilista ko si Ma'am Norma doon sa sa pool.
Nakapokus ako, ma'am, sa JFC Co-op, saka meron kaming Kalasag Farmers.
Kapatid program.
Meron kaming kapatid program, ma'am. Nagkokanda kami doon ngayon.
So busy din, Ma'am, pagdating, Ma'am, sa mga trainings din.
Hindi ako kasing expert mo. May certain subject lang ako.
Ma'am, explore natin, Ma'am. Baka pwede kang maging part ng aming pool of speakers and instructors.
Financial ako. More of financial ako.
Ma'am, binigay ko na kay Miss Chin kung ano yung mga courses na ibibigay mo. Mother, binigay ko na kay Miss Chin.
Naayos ko pa yung mga module.
Ma'am Oma, all of the above daw po eh.
All of the above. Hindi ko na lang sinama yung sa human resource, sa membership. Pero from fundamentals hanggang, kasi tagal na ni Ma'am Oma sa co-op.
Ma'am Oma, okay ka lang din face-to-face?
Okay lang.
Pupunta
Pero sa ngayon, this year, ma'am, pulig po kasi.
Ayun, Toray.
Meron din kasi akong ma'am, may isa pa akong co-op na tinatag. Pero member na siya ng NATCO, pinamember ko na siya.
Ano ma'am co-op?
It's a franchise ng Jollibee, Employees Cooperative.
Kaagapay.
Napamember ko na siya.
Ay talaga, ma'am. Sa NCR din, ma'am, no?
QC yun.
Lapit sa atin.
Sige po, bye-bye.
Naman,
Thank
pwede
you, Ma'am Rose, Ma'am Jean, Ma'am Daphne.
Salamat po.
Ma'am
Maraming
Rose,
salamat
huwag kang
po.
mag-alala, sasabihin ko kay Ma'am Oma yung co-op lang na yun. Para sa manager nila ng KNP, ng kaagapay.
Salamat, ma'am.
Sige po.
Then, naka-attend na sila ng training sa NATCO actually. Pina-attend ko na sila.
Ma'am, yung co-op lang,
Member na sila.
Oh, member daw sila. Sabi niya.
hindi. Co-op lang.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Have a
Salamat
nice
po.
day.
Bye-bye.
So much po.
Nice day to all of you.